friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to an unannounced stream. I didn't stream yesterday, so this is kind of a replacement stream for that. But the plan is to hang out. We're going to stay here as long as it takes to do all the things that we want to do. But welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. And the plan for today is to keep working on the autocomplete UI. So if you didn't see this, we started working on it last week. And essentially, it is an autocomplete UI. I guess that's it's basically when a user types in, they see some suggestions below that. But there's a lot of things to take into account, like debouncing, showing loading indicators, showing errors if they happen. What else? Aborting an API request if there's already one in progress. So we have implemented all of this in React, Svelte, and Vue, and Solid. But we want to update our Solid solution because we're not using the built-in Solid components for iterating and hiding and showing things. So I want to use those. And today I also want to make it with Quick. Potentially we'll do it with Angular. It's been years since I last wrote some Angular code. So this would just kind of take a while if we decide to do that. But we'll see. We'll see. I might even do it in vanilla JS. So yeah, and I've heard about Angular with signals. I don't know if are they it's been 2 minutes since I wrote Angular code. Are signals like officially supported, or are they like still in beta? But I don't know. So I definitely want to at least do these two. I at least want to clean up our Solid solution and then work on a Quick solution. Maybe we'll get to these two, and then maybe we'll also do this. Maybe we'll take our existing React solution and then refactor it to use Preact signals, because you can actually use signals inside of React if you use the Preact signals library. I'll also run through all of the examples later because I kind of want to record a YouTube video that compares all of them all in one go. But that's the plan for now. And then when we're done with that, I'll answer any code questions that you might have. Yeah. We'll answer questions here later. Not quite yet, because I do want to get that stuff done. But I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day. And as you can see here, my goal today is to get to 415 members across all of the places where you can support me. So Patreon, Twitch subs, YouTube memberships, GitHub sponsors, any one of those ways, whatever's most convenient for you. If you have the money to spare a sponsorship or a membership or a sub, I'd appreciate it. And we're trying to get to 415 today. So I'll be I'm not going to say I'll be live until we get to 415, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. We'll see how it goes. But that's the plan. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. Actually, I'll leave this open. And I mean, like I said, we're not going to get to answering questions until later, but if you want to get your question in now, and thank you, Fob. Thank you for that Prime. But if you want to get your question in now, when we start answering questions later, it'll be higher in the list. You may not be here though. Actually do this. If you have a question and you don't mind me answering it when you're not here, put it in the question. Put it in the question. And thank you for the question, Veeb. I'm doing good. I got some good sleep. It was actually my birthday this weekend, and I had a party, and it was really fun. Lots of friends came over, and it was like the unveiling of our backyard, because we've been working on just making our backyard space a nice place to hang out. So that was really fun. And I, Rossum, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, and yeah, thank you for the late birthday wishes. But yeah, it was a good birthday, surrounded by friends and loved ones, and it was a good time. And thank you DG as well. Cool. So and I, Rossum, thank you again. That was really kind of you. Thank you for the gifts. So yeah, let's say hi to everybody. Let's welcome everyone in, and then we'll get to writing some Solid code. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you. How long am I going to stream? As long as it takes. Whatever that means. I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I'm gonna do my, okay, actually, let's set the stage for today's stream, right? I'm gonna do my best to not get frustrated. I'm gonna do my best to be nice to the chat and answer as many questions as possible and interact with the chat as much as possible. And I'm gonna do my best to take breaks, so you all can keep me honest when my break timer pops up, first of all, you'll see the green break timer. When the green break timer pops up, that's a micro break. I need to take my hands off the keyboard for 10 seconds. When a normal break happens, I need to stop coding for 5 minutes. So you all need to keep me honest. If this thing pops up and I like dismiss it, there should be some sort of punishment. I'll eat a real, how about this? If I dismiss a break without taking the break, I will eat a really spicy hot wing. I have the last dab. So, you keep me honest. Keep me honest. Keep an eye on when the break timer pops up. It's this one. I use timeout is what it's called. Yeah, scream at me if I ignore it. All right, so I'm going to take breaks. I'm going to be kind. And also, I hope that you all join me in that. So be kind today. Be courteous of the people around you, including in the Twitch chat. And treat yourself kindly. Take a break when, honestly, you could just follow along with my break timer. Just take a break when I take a break. But we have lots of activities we can do during the breaks. We've got Pokemon cards. We've got a coloring book that we can do. Actually, we can start off with a word of the day from this Pocket Computer Dictionary from 1997. So, my hat is. I'll have to fix that later when we get back to the scene. And I don't have alerts on this scene. And what's up, Opti? Thank you for coming in. And Jim McDonald, thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate that. It says happy belated birthday. Thank you. Can we yell at you? Yes. All caps in the chat. And thank you, Nico. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's start with the word of the day, and then we'll welcome everybody in. And also, I see a lot of people in the chat that don't have their country flag or their team badge. So in just a second, I'll show you how to set all of that up. What's up, Karma Pup? Welcome in. All right, in the chat, give me a number between 1 and 186. A number between 1 and 186. 23. All right, we got 23. All right, now give me a number between 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A number between 1 and 9. 4? Limo's got both of them. We'll go with 9. And actually, that one carries over to the next page. Okay, so actually, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make sure that my my alerts and the drop game are on this scene. Okay. And you have chosen binary search. So today's computer definition of the day is binary search. All right, let me fix the fact that my hat is trying to disappear. Let's see. See if I can do this without ruining the background. I mean, sort of. Actually, how about this? And then a little bit of that. No, it's kind of impossible. This hat color is just way too close to blue. All right, a little bit of behind the scenes. You're gonna see my blue screen for a second. Here we go. I guess I can do that too. Yeah, so I can crop the source too, but let's see how this does. Okay, this is potentially better. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll just crop it. The garden was fake. Easy. Easy. All right, that should work. That should work for now. Thank you everyone for bearing with me. All right. Wait, I forget what the number was. I guess it's in alphabetical order. I can literally go to the page for binary search. Okay, today's word of the day is binary search, a technique for searching through sequenced data. By dividing the set in half, discarding the half that logically does not contain the search object, dividing the remaining set in half, and so on until the search object is found. That's binary search. Should we implement it? We probably should, right? it's the word of the day. Let's write it really quick in JavaScript. Yes, we should. We should. Okay, so today's word is binary search, and if you're someone that's potentially going to be finding a computer science focused job, they might ask you about binary search, or they might ask you a problem that you can say, hey, binary search is a good solution to that. Oh yeah, so and Oscar has a good point. This only works on sorted data. It works on sorted data because if you don't have sorted data, then you can't do a binary search. What about for people who identify as non-binary? Then we have other search algorithms. There's linear search, breadth first search, depth first search. I guess it depends on the data structure, but okay. So that definition comes to you from the Webster's Pocket Computer Dictionary from 1997. I found this at a thrift store, and I thought it'd be fun. So here we go. Let's do binary search. Can we speed run binary search? We're gonna speed run binary search because I want to say hello to everybody, and I feel like we're just jumping into things. So let's do it. Let me get set up. We do have an algorithm of the day. Oh, we've done binary search before. We're not gonna look at our solution though. Yeah, I want to tell you about, okay, I'll do that before we write the code. Let me get set up and then I'll tell you how to set your team badge and everything else. Okay. So we want a function called binary search. It takes in an array that we're going to be searching, and it also takes in the value that we're trying to find. And let's just say return the index if it is found. Return -1 if it is not found. And we'll pass in a pre-sorted array. So we're going to implement that after we first welcome everybody in and tell you how to customize your stuff in the overlay. And Bogdanovich, thank you for the resub. We could potentially do recursively. Yeah, we could look at multiple solutions. Yeah, welcome in, Karma Pup. I'm glad to have you here. I appreciate the kind words. The book itself is an example of binary search. That's true. So because a dictionary is sorted, and let's say you're looking for a word, but you don't, I mean, the thing is, like, we're smart enough to not have to use binary search, but we could. So let's say I'm looking for the word binary search. I can open to the middle of the dictionary. I know that binary search comes before keyboard buffered. So I opened to keyboard buffer and laptop computer. So I know it comes before, so now I've basically taken my search set and cut it in half, because now all I have to do is search this half, and there's a break timer. So it's hands off, hands off. All right. But yeah. So we split it in half, and then now I only have to search this, and then I know that it's on this side, so I split this one in half. Oh, we're there. Okay, so I have binary system and bomb. And I mean, actually, technically, technically binary search is on this page right here, but that's not binary search because I have to take this and cut it in half. And then binary search comes after artificial intelligence. So I take this and I cut it in half, and then binary search comes after automatic routine. I take this and I cut it in half, and binary search comes after .bat. And I take this and I cut it in half, and I found binary search. So that's binary search. Yeah. Hopefully you remember that if you're in a computer science interview or something like that. All right, let's say hello to everybody, and we'll welcome in all the newbies. Appreciate you being here, everybody. Kiran Dash, Tezos Moore, Nico, Karma Pup, thank you for saying your first hellos in the chat. You just got your associate in programming? Nice. Yeah, the thing is, when's the last time I actually used binary search? I don't know. It probably was like a coding challenge. I've never had to do anything like binary search in an interview or anything like that, but you might. It depends on the company and the interview. Okay, before we say hello, here is how you can customize your chat overlays. You can see that Oscar has their country flag set to Alexandria, which is technically a province or city-state. But you can do that too. I'll show you how to do that. And you can also set your team badge. So Oscar has their team badge set to Svelte. Vittoro has their flag set to Italy. Veeb has their flag set to India and their team to Svelte. It's by Ethereal has their team as JS. SQL Gordster has, what is this? Is this a Canadian flag? Yeah, it's Alberta, Canada. And a monster truck badge. And then Veeb actually just changed their team. They were on the TypeScript team earlier. So here's how you do it. You can click these links in the chat. So if you want to find a team, either go to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet or to Simple Icons. And you can just pick a name from this list. So if you wanted to set your team to like GitHub or Docker or something like that, just pick it from this list. Did this just leak my phone number? I need to confirm because GitHub has done that before. Okay, they did not leak my phone number. Great. Appreciate you, GitHub. We're safe, everybody. Okay, if you look at the Simple Icons slugs, welcome in, Super Secret Name. Glad to see you. Pick one from this list. It's not a visual list, but you're going to need the slug when you set your team. But if you go to simpleicons.org, you can see a visual list. I'm going to choose one from this list. I'm going to choose... Nice. Freddie has the Node.js team. I never get past like D. You're right. Let's search from the bottom of the list. You're totally right. And Koala Nudell, thank you for that Prime. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll talk about set status in just a second. All right, yeah. We always start at the top and never get past. So that's a good point. If we start at the bottom, we can pick one. I'm gonna pick Yahoo. Yahoo. Let's go with Yahoo. So the slug is probably Yahoo. Yeah. So in the Twitch chat, I can say team Yahoo. And then all of my messages will have the Yahoo logo there. And then also if you want to set the color of your team, you can do !team color. And this just has to be a hex code starting with a hash. So you can see that I have mine set to like Coding Garden green. If you don't set your team color, then it just uses like the default brand color, which is probably like purple for this one. Yeah. Yahoo! And then you can also set your country flag. So if you use your 2-character country code, that'll work just fine. So !flag followed by your ISO 3166 2-character country code. Is that the right one? ISO 3166? Did I remember that? Yes. This is the standard. If you look at this list, you'll find your country. And it's 2 characters. Use the 2 characters. So for me, it's US. And if I do that, then I get the US flag, like that, which has some weird rendering issues because of all the 50 stars, and it's an SVG, but that's fine. But if you want to go more specific than that, you can check out our flags repo that we have. It's open source. I think there are a couple of things that I haven't merged in yet. Yeah, so there's one PR. I think this is missing. Yeah, this is still missing metadata. But because we want to do more than just country flags, we started working on our own repo. But wait, there's more. That also has provinces, states, and cities. And so if you can go to this repo, click on the SVG folder, and find your 2-character country code country. And if it has a folder, then that means there are also provinces or states. So for me, I live in the US. If I click this, now we see all the states. But since the states are folders, that means we also have city flags. If you just want to choose the state flag, then you would use the abbreviation of the state. So for me, I live in Colorado. So if I wanted to do that, it would be US/CO. You basically just follow the directory structure without the .svg. And then now I get the Colorado flag, which is that, which is pretty cool. But there's more. So if I go specifically into the Colorado folder, you can see that there are city flags. And I live in Denver, Colorado, so I can use this one. So if I do flag US Colorado Denver, now I get the Denver flag, which is pretty cool. I like the Denver flag. It's got like mountains and a little sun. So go to this repo, and if you find your city, state, or province, you can set it. And if it's not there, you can make a PR to this repo to add it. I believe there's some contribution guidelines, like to make sure that you have metadata, because that's how we are able to use these commands. Oh, nice. Is that the Houston, Texas one? Nice. You live in Houston? Does that mean like you hang out with Alka IRL? That's cool. That's cool. Cool. I didn't know that. Okay. City's address, zip code. No, do not share your address in the chat. Do not do that. Okay. No, we don't. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. Yeah, that's how you set your flags. And then last thing, you can set your status. So you can see Opti's status is will code for coffee. And Oscar is the chief feed officer at Listed Media. What else do we have? Nikki Poo says nukejs.dev. Is that your portfolio? I guess I'm gonna risky thing of the day. Nukejs.dev. Nice. Look at that. It's your website. Very cool. And Eddie, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Noel Cypher. That's a cool Twitch name. !set-status. And people like to mess with me. So Veeb literally set their status to undefined. Some people will set their status to like object. I didn't check that. Where? Oh yeah, I think somebody pinned that in the Primogens chat, didn't they? Is this appropriate for the coding garden? I guess so. It's fine. It's not that bad. It's a yo mama joke. Your mother is so large that if she were an HTTP server, she would always respond with a 413 status code. Okay, so if you want to set your status, !set status, and anything you want, but it must be safe for work. If it's not safe for work, you'll potentially get timed out by the mods. So pick a good status. !set status like this. And then that will show up on every message. Or not. It should have. Is it set status without a dash? It might be without a dash. Sorry about that, everybody. It's without the dash. So set status without the dash will put the message on every message. Cool. All right, let's look at Opti's site now too. I'm setting a precedent though. I'm not going to click on everybody's site. But this is cool. Sick fault. I like this, Opti. This is good. I like the animations. I never really spend much time on animations, but these look great. Oh god. No, it looks good. Okay. Yeah, I guess technically this is my website. Noel.computer. That's me. Does this link go to the right place? No, that goes to the repo, the GitHub. That goes to GitHub too. I also have this. This is my portfolio website. Oh, the scroll bars are there. I need to hide the scroll bars. You get a really big mouse, which is fun. and it just links to itself. That's it. I don't have any projects or anything like that. Yeah, and this is the anonymous pro font, and then this just links to Coding Garden. We did do animations here, but that's because somebody was like, hey, you should add animations on that. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Searching for a cool coding project. Do I have any advice? Yeah, check out Florin's app ideas repo. So this is a repo that has hundreds of app ideas organized by beginner, intermediate, and advanced. So, and each one of them has success criteria, user stories, and like resources to work on that thing. So yeah, definitely check out this repo and just pick something and work on it. All right, let's do binary search. So if you're just joining us, we randomly opened a page in the Webster's Pocket Computer Dictionary from 1997, and we arrived on the term binary search. I will remind you of the definition, and then we're going to implement it with JavaScript. Binary search is a technique for searching through sequenced data by dividing the set in half. And so when they say sequenced, I think they also mean sorted. It means sorted data, right? By dividing the set in half, discarding the half that logically does not contain the search object, dividing the remaining set in half, and so on until the search object is found. So, for instance, if we called binary search with a sorted array. So let's have an array. Give me some numbers in the chat. And then we'll have to sort it after we get the number. But just give me numbers in the chat. 13, 45, 2, 8, 23, 68. You know, has anyone ever thought of like a random number generator literally based on Twitch chat? 5, 24, 68, 7, 21, 76. Okay, that's probably enough. 70, we'll go, okay, 77 is the last one. Okay, so we have these. The issue, though, is this needs to be sorted in order for this algorithm to work. So let's sort it first. Actually, do I have Quokka? Let's see if we can get Quokka to just log the sorted numbers for us. I guess Copilot could sort it for us, but, and add, Copilot, come on, Copilot. I think Copilot's on, right? The numbers.sort won't work. We need to do this. And then if we log it, this extension I have will let me just copy it. That's literally the only reason I just did this. I just wanted to be able to take this array and then sort it like that. Okay, so now we have a sorted array from least to greatest, right? No worries, Karma Pup. You can watch the VOD, I guess. Watch the VOD. I dropped my semicolon. I did. Okay. So now we have this sorted array. As you can see, it goes from the smallest number to the largest number. Great. But which means we can call binary search with this numbers array. And all right, so what number do we want to find? Let's say we want to find the number 45. And should this return 8? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, Copilot it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we want to return the number 8. Right now we are returning undefined because we haven't implemented our function yet, but we want to return the number 8 because that's the 8th indice in the array. All right, let's do binary search. So I guess we need to look at the, let's come up with our pseudocode. Pointer? We'll do it recursive secondly. I'm going to turn off Copilot because if this were an interview, you probably can't use Copilot. So here's what we need to do. We need to look at the value or values at the center of the array. If the value we are searching for is less than the center value, search the left half. Else, search the right half, right? So we look at the center. If the number we're looking for is less than that number, we search the left half. If it's greater than, we search the right half. If the value we are searching for is the center value, done. Return the index. And then here, if we searched the whole array and did not find it, we then return -1. This is the algorithm, right? Now it's just a matter of implementation. Yeah, so how do we do it with odd number? I think in this case, we'll just do length divided by 2 and floor it. It doesn't have to be the exact center, because it'll still work even if it's an odd. So we'll do this. We'll look at the value at the center-ish of the array. All right, so this is our algorithm. Let's implement it. So we could do something like the center value is, we grab the sorted array at the length -2, or not, length divided by 2. And let's actually grab we'll create another variable for the center index. The center index is going to be the sorted array.length divided by 2. But if it's odd, then that would be a decimal. We don't want that. So we're just going to drop the decimal with math.floor. If the length is 1, then 1 divided by 2 would be 1/2. Math.floor gives us 0. So that's fine, because the center of an array of length 1 is 0. Or the indice of the center of that array is. Okay, so we have the center index, and now the center value is just going to use that center index to index into that array. Okay, so we have the center value. I appreciate you, Shirkum. Thank you for the lurk. So we have the center value. Now, we need to look at it. If the center value is equal to the value that we're looking for, we're done. We will literally just return the center index. Great. If the center value, and actually at this point we could do an else if, but because I have an early return, I guess technically at this point we could implement the recursive solution. Yeah, I guess we'll just do the recursive solution. Why the heck not? So if the center value is less than, or do we, yeah, no. If the value we are searching for is less than the center value, then we search the left half. And so that's just going to be a binary search. We only want the left half of the array, so we'll just create a copy of the array. So we'll do a slice. So slice creates a copy of the array. We want to start at 0 and go to the center index non-inclusive. Give me one moment. I just spilled my drink. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There were no electronics were harmed in the spilling of the drink, so we're good. We're good. And luckily I cleaned my area recently, so there's there's not many things that it fell onto. So, oh, did I mess my camera up in the there we go. Okay, so if we call binary search again, but we only pass it the left half of the array, so which means we go from 0 to the index. So slice is built into JavaScript. It will create a copy of the array of a specific start and end index, but the end index is non-inclusive. So this is going to give us the left half without the center index. And then we'll just call it again with that value. Otherwise, if the value is greater than the center value, then we want the right half. And the right half of the array will just start at center index plus 1. Yeah. So because we want to go after the center index to the end. Greater than or equal to? No, because if it's equal to, we caught it right here. Because if it's equal to that value, then we just return that index. I guess I'll write it like this so that everything's compared to the value. Right? And then if we did all of those things and none of these if statements got hit, then we just return -1. Right? Slice really copies the array. Yeah, so it doesn't create, well, it's a shallow copy, so you could think of it like a new view into the array, but it is a new array, and I think behind the scenes it technically still has to iterate to create that new array. Yeah. Okay. This line of code never gets hit because we return. Oh, well, here's the issue, though. Here's the issue. If we want the original index, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because now we're calling it recursively. So yeah, we have to like save the index. How do we do that? I guess instead of index equals 0. Yeah, because if it'll just find it. So I guess instead of calling it again with a copy of the array, we could actually call the function recursively with a start and an end. Always pass the original starting index of the new slice. Okay, so if we have the value and we have the start index, which defaults to 0. And if we're getting the left half, then that index is always going to be right. But if we're getting the right half, then the start index needs to actually be the center index plus 1. And now we always return center index plus start index. Easy. We still got it wrong. How do we do this recursively? Right? Because if we're searching the left half of the array, whatever index we find, oh no, it's not going to be, well, yeah, it will be correct. It'll always be correct because we're always like going to the left half. Oh, this would be start index plus center index. It's still wrong. It's still wrong. Oh, you're right, but the left half of the right half. Oof, okay. Well, okay. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. We're not going to do the recursive solution yet. And when we do the recursive... Okay, I can't think through this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a loop. We're going to do a loop. Take two and... Yeah, well, actually, so here's the thing. So yeah, instead of returning a slice... we could just have a loop that has a start and an end index. So we could have the start index is 0 and the end index is sorted array dot length. -1. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with oil. So basically we need to repeat this logic inside of a loop. Yeah. And we need, if we don't do it recursively, we need something like the found index. Just ask Copilot. Look, we're going to figure this out. We're going to get the job. Here's the thing. I think what basically made it tricky for me is the fact that I want to return the index, right? If I only want to return true or false, the recursive solution would work perfectly fine. But if I want to return the index, then it gets tricky, and I can't think through that. Yeah. I'm just doing it to be clear here, Kansami, because there's a lot of people in the chat who this might be the first time they're ever seeing binary search. So I'm just trying to make it very clear. Sorted array dot find. Listen, okay. No worries, Sime. Welcome in. Okay. We need a loop. We need a loop that goes from the start index to the... Do we need a loop? No, we don't. I need pseudocode is what I need. Okay. We still have those if statements here. Yeah, we need the if statement. So if the value is less than the center value, search the left half. If the value is greater than the center value, search the right half. All right. All right. Here we go. So if we need to search the left half, we have a for loop that goes from the start index to the less than or equal to the end index. But in this case, the end index is going to be the center index. We'll do less than. And we'll still have index. We'll initialize it to start index. This is my 10-minute break timer. I said we take a 5-minute break though. This is this is sad because we have to take a break. Otherwise, I have to eat a really, really spicy hot wing. So we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break, and then we'll come back and solve this. But I've been live for an hour now, which is why we're gonna take a break. We're trying to set a good example. If you're at home and you've been sitting there for an hour, you should probably take a break too. How long have I been solving it? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Why do I need to pass the center index? I don't think I do. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in a second. Let's take a quick break. But what do we want to do during this break? I'll let you answer in the chat. Do we color a map of the Netherlands? Do we open Pokemon cards? Do we learn a song on guitar? You have 2 minutes. Vote now. Or do we not take the break and eat a spicy hot wing? I'm not going to give you that option to not take a break, because you all will make me eat a spicy hot wing for sure. Have I tried to eat the last dab before? I haven't tried the last dab, but I've tried Blair's Mega Death Sauce, which might as well be at a certain, like, if you go past 500,000 Scovilles, I don't even know if you can even tell. But I have done this. I've done this one, and I more recently I bought a bunch of sauces from Heatonist. I like hot sauces. I like spicy food. And they specifically have a, what did they call it? So I really like the classic hot sauce. They've been making this classic one for a while. It's a chili maple sauce. It's great. They introduced classic with pepper X. This one. Is this it? No, that's the garlic Fresno one. This one. This is actually real. So this is really hot. This is really hot. But if you just get a small amount of it, it's tolerable. So like this is really spicy. And honestly, like if you were to eat it like a spoonful of it, it probably would be almost as bad as the last dab. But if you do like a tiny little drop, I actually put this on my food if I want to spice it up, because it makes, like, the tiniest drop goes a really, really long way. But I have some of this too. So looks like learn a song on guitar is winning. That's fascinating. What will we learn? They look like fancy shampoo bottles. They're not. They are spicy stuff. But I have in my fridge, I have Mushroom Mayhem, I have Los Calientes, but this is like the middle sauce. It's not very hot. I mean, it is hot technically, but for me, not that hot. Mushroom Mayhem, do they have the Scovilles on that? Heat 6 out of 10. Yeah. And then I do have the last dab, Apollo edition, this one. Learn a song on guitar 1. All right, throw some ideas in the chat. What song should I learn on guitar? Because I have no idea. What do you want to see me try to learn? and it should probably just be like chords. I'm just gonna play the chords. I don't know if I'll necessarily. Interstellar? Is there an acoustic version of Interstellar? The Root Sandstorm. Main theme tab by. I mean, this seems easy enough. We need some like background things though. I can't do math rock. My fingers are not fast enough. I can really only do like chords. Freebird? All right. Honestly, let's see how this Interstellar theme sounds and decide if we want to try it on guitar. And then I'll spend 5 minutes trying to learn it. What's up? Onu Regret. Why don't I say hi back to you? Because I'm busy. There are over 200 people here. I'm doing other things, and you're not the center of attention. But I do say hi to a lot of people. If you didn't call me out for it, I probably would have said hi to you. Here we go. That's easy enough. Do we know what key it's in? Because we could like put a pad on in the background while we play it. All right, let me go get my guitar, and then we're gonna play the Interstellar theme. So I mean, I guess I didn't mention. I literally watched Interstellar last night. I literally who suggested Interstellar? Tada JS. I literally watched Interstellar last night. All right, I'll be back. I gotta get my guitar. Does anybody see a guitar pick anywhere? I guess I don't need one. I need to turn off noise cancellation though. I guess I could turn on some reverb too. Do I eat animals? Yeah, I eat chickens, cows, pigs. Mostly chickens though. I've been vegan before. Okay, we don't have reverb. All right, that's a little boring, though. Let's pick a more interesting song. We probably have like, I don't know. We have 3 minutes to pick a more interesting song and like play a simple version of it. How does Dream On go though? It's literally the same tab in a different key. So I guess I can teach you something if you've never seen guitar tabs before. So literally what we're looking at here are all 6 strings of the guitar. And the top one is going to be the high one, like that. And so that says the 4th fret, and then the 6th fret on the string below that. And then, okay, so it goes 4-6, and then 3-4. Or no, it goes to 5, 4. I can't do that. It's too tricky. But it's like. I don't know. It's literally the same. Listen, it's harder. It's harder. I'm not practiced with my fingering positions. I can do chords like that. All right. We'll do Darude Sandstorm. Here we go. There's literally no notes for the first part of the song. Which part of the song is this? I definitely need a pick for this. So it's... That's basically it. That's basically it. I think we got it. That's it. That's all you get. All right. If we do it again, be thinking of a more interesting song. It's just as much an attitude as it is a song. I can get behind that. What is this? I don't know this song. And then this is like the song that you play on piano, right? Okay, I feel like I'm not clearly representing my guitar abilities. All right, break's over. Thank you all for participating in that break. Let's keep writing code. Back to it. We're working on binary search. So at this point, we've refactored our function to take in a start index and an end index. Best break ever. We did all right. We did all right. And now, if the value is less than the center value, we need to search from the start index up until the center index. And if at any point... Wait, no we don't. Do we? No, we don't. We call the function recursively. I guess this typically works best recursive. So we go from the start index to the center index, which would be the end index. And I guess our end index will be non-inclusive. So do it again with that. But once we do that, we need to update this to take into account start and end. Okay? Easy, easy. But now we can do the same thing, but the right half. So we pass the array, we pass the value. Our starting index is going to be center index plus 1. And then our end index is going to be the array length. Like that. Okay. So we keep splitting it in half until we find it. And now our center index just needs to be updated. So instead of taking the whole array length divided by 2, we need to take the current length of the array, which is going to be end index minus start index. Like this. So we have the whole array length, and then we divide that by 2 and increase it by the start index. Done. We did it. We did it. We did it. Okay. Yeah, this is it. This is binary search. And it is the recursive solution. I'm trying to think. I guess it would be really tricky to do without the recursive solution. I mean, you can. There's definitely a non-recursive solution, but it's a bit harder to do because you kind of need a while loop. I guess the while loop would just look at the center, keep looking at the center value of the array. Yeah, so let's see how Dr. Thu did it with recursion. Recursive binary search. So you're always passing in the start index. I feel like I did this. I did this, but maybe we did it wrong earlier, but I like it. And then Fun Planet also has a recursive solution. If the array length is 1, just return the value. If the array length is 0, return -1. And 69 Fortnite, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Do I prefer Echo or Vim? Neither. I use VS Code, but thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, I will say one thing about my solution, though, is that since we're not slicing the array, technically we're using less memory, right? We are not creating new copies of the array. We're always just looking at the original array, but we're keeping track of the start and the end index of where we're actually searching. So I'm happy with this. This is right. Let's see, like if we search for the number 2, we should get back 0 because that's the 0th indice. Great. And if we search for 21, we should get back 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because that's the 5th indice. And if we search for something that's not in there, we should get back -1. And we do. All right. Now to do this iteratively, let's try to do it iteratively. I don't know if have I ever implemented this iteratively? Do I want something like the found index? Basically, we need to do this over and over again, but instead of doing the whole function again, we have to actually create the no, we just reassign the start index and the center index. Which we're already doing right here. And then if it's greater than, we'll say the start index equals center index plus 1, and the end index equals the n. Oh, and then here we would say the end index is the center index. Like that. That's basically what we did that. I mean, start index stays the same, end index becomes the center index. So this is basically what we're doing in the if statements here. And then we kind of just need to say while yeah. Let's see. What did Oscar do? Did he do the iterative solution? Oh, it's it. I don't want to see the solution. But we'll look at it in a second. Okay, so this is the logic. Now we just need to wrap it in a loop of sorts. And how long do we want to loop? For a while. It's true. It's true. Until a kernel panic. I think we want to... Okay. let's think about this. So if we split the array in half, we decide to search the left half, and we split that, and we split that. When the array length, say while array length is greater than 0, do all this. Oh, and then we need to reassign the array length on every iteration. We did it. We did it. Okay. So basically, we keep track of how long the array is. And as long as it's greater than 0, we're going to keep trying. But once the array length is 0, then that means we split it enough times that there's no array left. So we just return -1. Wow. Honestly, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. This isn't as bad. And it was actually fairly easy to refactor our recursive solution. Great work. All right. I'll post this so you all can see my solutions. And then we'll get into writing some SolidJS code. That's the next thing that we're going to do. And we'll take a look at Oscar's iterative solution. Thank you, Vittorio. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It was a rough start. It took us a lot longer than I thought it would too. I have not tried Solid Start. No. Cool. And welcome in, Ranastra. We just implemented binary search, and now we are going to implement or fix up an autocomplete UI using SolidJS. But let's look at Oscar's binary search. So low and high, I'm guessing, is like the start and the end. And then while the start is less than the end. That makes sense. Because at the moment they cross over, then you're done searching. We find the midpoint of those two, grab that element at the midpoint. If we found it, we return it. Otherwise, we set the low to, if it's less than, we search the left-hand side. If it's greater than, we search the right-hand side. That's it. Yeah, so, I mean, so JavaScript is a C-style language. And I think for good reason. There are a lot of like C-style languages. But yeah, it uses curly braces. I mean, typically it uses semicolons. We're not using semicolons here. The while loops look very similar. The for loops look very similar. Yeah, it's definitely a C-style. And also, like, if you do C# or Java, this looks fairly familiar as well. There's more stuff, obviously, but at a glance, it definitely is fairly approachable if you already know those things. It's C-style. But yeah, it is dynamically typed. That's where the similarities start to break down. But visually, it looks kind of the same. Okay, let me give you an overview of what this thing is. And then we're going to work on our solid solution. So a while back, Mutrue posted this video. Can you solve this front-end interview question? And it's a really good one. And I've been asked a very similar interview question when I was interviewing at a job that did React. And basically it's, can you implement an autocomplete UI, but with all the things involved for autocomplete? But definitely go watch her video because that inspired this. And what we did last Monday is we implemented it with React, which she does in her video, but we have our solution. We also implemented it with Svelte in 2 or 3 different ways, and then also in Vue. And then we implemented it in Solid. But let me just start up. I'll start up the Solid app so you can see the what it actually looks like. Yeah. So this is actually calling an API. We can see the network request happening here. And Sophony, hello, welcome in. Is Solid React-like? Because it uses JSX, it looks very similar to React, but what's happening under the hood is very different from React. But it is extremely approachable for React developers because they use JSX, and they have a lot of the similar dev experience, except when it comes to reactive values. because in Solid we use signals instead of like use state. But let me show you. So you can type in a tree and it calls an API to get the list of trees that have that word that you've typed in them. So I can search for ash, or I could search for elm, or I could search for, actually, did this API go down? What's going on? There we go. Try again. Or maybe, was our solid solution broken and we never fixed it? Is that what happened? Does anybody remember? All right, we search for ash, and then we see all of the results for ash. If we search for elm, we are canceling the request but not making a new one. Oh man, does that mean, okay, maybe we just need to fix our solid solution. Okay, if that's the case, then we're just gonna look at the React one real quick, and then we'll fix our solid one. But this one should show you it in working order. Because I'm actually going to type really fast, and you'll notice that as I type, there are no API requests happening. And that's important because you don't want to spam a backend API as the user is typed. So I could type all day, and as I type, as long as I keep typing, because I'm typing, we're not making any API requests. But once I stop typing for 500 milliseconds, then we make the API request, or like 300 milliseconds. And this is known as debouncing. Basically, we don't want to make the API request unless the user has stopped typing. Otherwise, we're going to make a bunch of API requests. The other thing that you just noticed is if I enter a term and it starts the API request, but then I enter some other term, it cancels the previous request, right? So I accidentally searched for bash, but you can see that it canceled that request because then I immediately typed in ash. So you can see if it fires off a request and then we start typing again, then it's actually going to cancel that request because we started typing again. So it's basically, instead of getting old results and overlaying them, it's literally canceling that request behind the scenes. So we've got debouncing, we've got request cancellation, and I mean, is that it? Is that basically it? And also we have like a loading indicator, and then also like showing the results and all of that. So basically, I mean, it's a fairly simple UI, but it actually demonstrates a lot of things in a front-end framework. Yeah. So it's not better to trigger the search after the 3 characters or the search icon. There's a lot of other ways to implement this, right? So like if you don't want to automatically search, then you wouldn't do this. You would have a submit button or a search button. So that's one way of doing it. And then also you could add more logic onto this. Like, let's not start searching unless the user has typed at least 3 characters. You can do that as well. But this is the kind of UI where like you want to see those results almost instantly. And so that's why we've implemented it this way. There are definitely a ton of other ways to go about it, but that's basically why we implement it this way. Because I can even search for one letter, and then we see all the trees that have the letter B in them. So this is what we've implemented. We implemented it with React, we implemented it with Svelte and Vue, and now let's fix our solid implementation because apparently it's broken. So let's go to our solid solution and fix it. Wait. Okay, I guess we had a standard implementation. What were we trying to refactor it into? Like, what's the difference here? We tried to create a use debounce value function. Did we do that in the standard one? We did. I actually have no idea what is different between these two. Oh, the abort. We're trying to pass the abort. Oh, no. We were trying to use createResource. I forgot about this. Right click the first one and then say compare. That's cool. I didn't know that exists. There we go. There we go. But we wanted to try and use this create resource. Yeah, so we're basically trying to use this built-in thing in Solid called create resource, and we couldn't get it working. So, yeah, this is basically a week later. We're like, what were we trying to do? But we were trying to get this working, and for some reason we couldn't get it working. I guess ultimately I probably want to pass in, if I think about this, we want to call, we'll pass in the entire abort controller maybe? Because this needs to be rerun if this changes. So we could rewrite this to take in wait. Oh, we would have to rewrite get autocomplete results to take in the controller, not the signal. No, I guess, no, we still want the signal. Yeah. Learn with Jason. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Glad to see you. Thank you for the raid. What were you working on? How Wundergraph simplifies API development. Nice. Haven't heard of it. Let's look at it. The backend for front-end framework. Oh. Can we see an example? With, we're working in SolidJS right now, but let's look at this FeltKit example. We configure Wondergraph. Oh, is it like for GraphQL? There's some GraphQL stuff going on here. You can call the stuff from within FeltKit. Fascinating. So is this specifically for GraphQL? Is that where the graph in the name comes from? Next generation BFF framework designed to optimize front-end full stack and back-end developer workflows. Cool. I'll have to check it out. But welcome in, raiders. You can combine different APIs together. Ah, I like that. That's cool. But we today are working on an autocomplete UI that we started last week. We kind of rage quitted. We rage quitted last week, and I've decided I'm going to finish it up this week. But basically, it's an autocomplete UI that does debouncing, shows loading spinners, and also does request cancellation with like abort controller. But we've implemented that same logic in React, Svelte, and Vue, and in Solid. But now we're trying to take our Solid solution and do it the Solid way. So we're trying to use this create resource thing. So basically, the UI, you can type in something. And in this case, we have an API that returns a suggestion of various trees. So if I search for ash, we're going to see trees that have the word ash in them. And if I search for elm, we see things that have the word elm in them. However, what's broken right now is if I search for something and then I search for something else, it cancels, which is good. It cancels the previous one, but then it never uncancels itself after that. And that's what we need to fix right now inside of Solid. So why is that happening? So it aborts, clears the timeout, and then technically this should be running again. Let's just do some logging. So basically we have our little custom hook here called use debounce value. And let's just say setting debounced value. And then we'll grab the value. And then here we're setting debounce value empty. Let's see if this actually gets called. Yeah, that's great. Sets it empty. But if I search for something and then I search for something else, the operation gets aborted, sets the debounce value to elm, And then it gets aborted again? So it's getting aborted twice. I think one of the main issues is we are trying to use the error that comes from createResource. We're trying to use that in our UI. And this error is actually getting thrown by the abort controller. So when you do abort controller.abort, our code that actually makes the API request, this is literally going to throw an exception. So that throws an exception that the request was aborted. We probably could like wrap this in a try catch to like try and better handle it, but that's basically what's happening right now. I think we could do something like previous value is value, like this, and then use this previous value. Because what I want to do is right here, as I want to see what value we're cleaning up on. Let's see. So we search, and then we remove, and then we type something new. So it cleans up L, sets the debounced value elm, but then we actually need to create a new resource with that latest value. Let's actually log this in here because it happens after the timeout. Oh, I think this is clean. This is clearing the wrong timeout, I think. This is clearing the new timeout instead of the previous timeout. That's what's happening. So this on cleanup doesn't have the old value. It has the new value. How do we get it to use the old value of timeout ID? Because if we look at this timeout ID here, this I think this will better. Yeah, so if we put it in a signal, maybe. But that also seems tricky because it's like if we grab, yeah, I guess if we put it in a signal, we can have the value here and then use the cleanup one there. We'll try that. We'll try that next. But I just want to confirm that that's actually what's happening. And then we'll say clearing timeout. Because I think that's exactly what's happening. It's clearing the wrong timeout because it has the latest one instead of the old one. So ash and then elm. Okay, so we deleted ash, which means we cleared it out. We do debounce value E, EL, ELM. And so 20, and then it cleared the timeout for EL. And then it set the debounce value to that. Is it not getting a new abort controller? Maybe we have to hold on to the old one. So we grab the previous abort controller, and then that is the one we call abort on. This will just work. That's the issue. maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think that was it. So basically, so it was a different issue, but basically we were using the new abort controller instead of the old abort controller. So by calling this getter right here, we're getting the latest value, which means we were aborting the wrong one. So this is the fix. Instead of using the getter, we use the previous one here, because if we use the getter, then we actually would be getting the latest one, which we don't want to abort, right? Fascinating. I will say though, this is probably one of the things that's going to be the hardest to get the hang of when working with signals. And I think especially because of this on cleanup function. So like this on cleanup function, it's technically tied to this create effect because that's where it's getting called. But if we use getters inside of the cleanup, we're getting the latest value instead of the previous value. And in React, inside of an effect, in your cleanup function, it's always going to be the previous value because React basically holds on to the closure of the previous call to the render function. So like in React, anytime you look at a use effect, if you have a cleanup function, the variables here are always going to be the ones you were referencing before. This is never like the latest value. It's the values that were captured inside of that closure. And that's very different in Solid because if you use the getter, you're always going to get the latest value. Okay, that's awesome. I think that means we fixed it. I think that means I think we're good to go now. How can new abort controller be the previous value? I guess you're totally. Oh, because we're not using the getter. I think that's why it works. Listen, it works. But because we stored in this variable and then we never reassign that variable. In the closure, and I think that's the other thing is like technically this is also capturing the closure, like the current values of the variables, and so that's why it works. But if you use the getter, then you're not getting the current values of the closure. I think that's actually a better explanation. So I think it still technically closes over it, and I mean we can look in the Solid docs, specifically at. We gotta take a quick stretch, quick break. Did I test it? Yeah, I tested it. I mean, I'll show more examples to make sure it's still working. But we want to look at Solid and we want to look at create effect. It's best to avoid setting signals and effects. I mean, we are, but we kind of have to. Okay, that's fine. I guess the on cleanup maybe talks about the closure. So registers a cleanup method that executes on disposal or recalculation of the current reactive scope. I don't know. I don't know if I have the best definition of what's happening here, but I think that's why. So because we're not using the getter, we do have the previous value in this on cleanup. That's my guess. Okay, so we can look at the network request now. So if, how hard would it be to make ChatGPT stream for you? I mean, what would that entail? And what would ChatGPT do? What do you mean? I think so, Bogdanovich. I think so. Like the current scope of when on cleanup was invoked. So on cleanup was invoked when create effect was called. And this is going to get recalled if any of its dependencies change. In this case, its dependency would be value. Yeah. Actually, that honestly, this might be another. I might even be describing this wrong because here's the other thing that I thought about. Because we're not calling the getter for abort controller, this thing doesn't have to rerun when we set abort controller. So before I was saying get get abort controller, which means if the value of abort controller changes, this whole effect will rerun. But because I've now done this, it no longer has a dependency on it, which means this whole thing is only going to run if value changes. I think that's probably a better way to think about it, but let's confirm. So if I search for Ash, it makes the API request, we get the results. I can delete that. If I search for Elm, makes the API request, get the results. If I very quickly, for example, type like gum and then delete it and then search for Elm, it cancels gum and then searches for Elm. Beautiful. Or if I delete this, search for Ash, delete that, and then search for gum, it cancels the Ash request and then searches for gum. It's working. It's working. Yeah. The next, you're right. This is the next abort controller. Honestly, it's the current abort controller. I mean, I'll just call it abort controller. I don't even know if it's proper to say like the next or the previous. Like in the context of this function, it is the current one because when this function runs, it's going to have all of the values. Right? Right. But I like that, and I'm glad we figured it out. But I think this is one of the mental shifts you'll have to make whenever working with Solid is thinking about dependencies and where you call those dependencies and the current value of them and stuff like that. The React implementation, it should be on the archive channel. Check out my YouTube. I have 2 channels. The archive channel has all the VODs, and it is this one, the Framework Showdown. And that's where I wrote it with React. But I also will say, if you're curious in the React solution, definitely check out Mutru's video because this is what inspired me. And she implements it with React in her video, so you can watch hers too. Okay, now that we got that working, let's refactor some other things in this Solid example. So one thing is, if you do some iteration, so if you have a map, where's our map? Here. If you have a map in Solid, you can use their for component, and that adds keys to the elements that are rendered. A referentially keyed loop with efficient updating of only changed items. The callback takes the current item as the first argument. Now, I think you could potentially argue, and honestly, that even has a fallback for loading. That's actually really interesting. But I think you could argue that, like, since this isn't like a to-do app where you're specifically updating things in the list, maybe it doesn't make as much sense to use for because literally we wipe out the entire thing and replace it with new results every time. But I think we can try doing this. So we have our for, which I think we'll need to import from Solid. I guess technically we want to do this here. We still want to conditionally render it. And then I don't want to fall back here because technically sometimes it's not loading. Like if it's not loading, then we don't need the fallback. I think do we need parentheses around this? Oh no, I have an extra curly brace. Okay. I'm too scared to watch anything about Angular because I might enjoy it. Listen, don't let other people's opinions of things get at you. If you like Angular, great. What is my take on RSC? Oh, React Server Components? I don't care. That's my take. It's a thing. I think like there's a use for it. I think a lot of things I build, I actually don't have a use for it. because I like to build APIs. It seems fine. Seems fine. All right, let's see what this does for us. Yeah, but I think RSC is like there's a lot of hype, and then also a lot of it is actually like marketing for Vercel. So like every time you mention React server components, you're basically advertising Remix, or not Remix, sorry, Next.js and Vercel. All right. This seems to work. Same thing, but now it's using referential keys in order to iterate over the elements. So that's fine. What is suggest? Suggest is our array of elements. I kind of want to call this suggestions. Okay, we're gonna use the proper renaming for that. I believe if I do F2, we can rename this to suggestions, and then I don't have to change it everywhere. Yeah, I like that. Vercel is just shifting industry to make more money on servers. Yeah, I think it's one thing to think about, right? Like, basically, when you deploy a serverless function to Vercel, they're making money. If you deploy a React app to a CDN, nobody's making any money because CDNs are super cheap, and static files hosting is super cheap as well. So like nobody is really making any money when you deploy to a CDN. So that's I mean that's one of the reasons why Vercel would advertise so much. Yeah. So for the React implementation, actual code is not available yet. No, I mean it is. So basically, the React implement. If you look at the React examples for React Server Components, they implement it in conjunction with Node.js because it is a concept that's in the React library itself. And so they show they do have an example of implementing it with Node, but because it now exists in React, Next.js can take advantage of it, and then it's implemented there as well. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too, Beganovich. Like the use case for server rendered React I think is very specific, and I actually am of the opinion that not everything should be server rendered. There are a lot of things that don't need to be server rendered and are actually sometimes a lot simpler if you don't server render them. Now the opposite is true as well. There are some things that are much simpler if you server render them, but I don't know. Quick break. The other thing we'll add right here, though, is using the show component. So right now I'm actually doing multiple conditional renders, right? I'm doing actually even all of this is conditionally rendered. So built into Solid is this component called show. And show control flow is used to conditionally render part of the view. It renders children when it's truthy and a fallback otherwise. So let's use it. So when loading is true, and we won't even have a fallback. So when loading is true, show the progress. Cool. All right. When there is an error, show the error. Cool. And then if we are not loading, show the loop. Why does this feel illegal? I kind of like the way it looks, honestly. It looks nicer at a glance than a ternary statement or like a conditional render statement. So when we are not loading, do this. Svelte should take this. Possibly. So, I mean, one of the things that I learned is about like template compilation and optimization. And basically, because of Svelte syntax, it's able to optimize things at build time that couldn't otherwise be optimized if you were like using a ternary statement. Maybe they could do it. Honestly, you could You know what? That would actually be a fun little video. We could implement these components in Svelte very easily, right? Like these components behind the scenes would use the Svelte syntax, but we can use them in this way. Yeah, too much extra markup? I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm tired of looking at all these curly braces and ampersands. I kind of like it. Do a stream on how to use shortcuts in VS Code. I don't use a lot of them. Really, the main ones I use are not even VS Code shortcuts. So command left goes to the beginning, command right goes to the end, command up goes to the beginning of the document, command down goes to the end. And then if you're on a specific line, alt will jump over words and tokens. So that's basically how I navigate. And that works anywhere. That's not even just VS Code. All right, we've done it. we're now using for and show. Let's see. Let's make sure everything works correctly. Search for ash. It's loading. It's actually really funny because it canceled the request for AS and then made the request for ASH. We have an error though. Oh no, is it back? Is the bug back? Did we ruin our code? I'm just gonna do a hard refresh because I really hope I didn't ruin it. Okay, we got Ash. We've got Elm. I guess one thing I didn't show is we have an error hooked into the backend API. If we search for boom, the API throws an error, and I guess we haven't tested that yet. Yeah, error finding suggestions. I guess this is the one issue, though, is because, so suggestions.error should be a thing. Thanks, Phoebe. Thanks for that link. Do I ever use Vim and do I like it? I only use Vim if I'm on a server that doesn't have Nano, which is not very often. I probably could get used to Vim. I think that's one of the main things. Like I don't want to spend all my time learning Vim and learning all the keyboard shortcuts and also spending all my time customizing the config and everything. Now, I have no problem with anybody spending time doing that. I think my time is better spent elsewhere. Like I've learned enough keyboard shortcuts that work globally and in most places that I don't actually have to and I think I code and work fast enough, right? Like if I was not happy with how fast I could output things, I probably would learn something like Vim. Isn't the abort controller signal unnecessary? No, that's how we cancel the request. If we don't cancel the request, then the request would keep happening in the background. All right, this is one thing we didn't test, though. We need to fix this. So there is an uncaught promise exception. Here's the thing, though. That should have been caught by the createResource thing. So when this function throws an exception, suggestions.error should have a value. I mean, honestly, we probably need to refactor to a try catch. Let's see. Because if we try this, and we catch this error, then we can is a promise response. No, it's a response. Like this? No. When honestly, when would a response not be defined? I guess I could just do this. Okay. If this throws an exception, it's going to be because this signal aborted or because there was a server error. If there was a server error, we actually want to like parse it as JSON and then throw that error there. If we look at our previous implementations, I think somewhere in one of our examples we actually we are looking at the error type. Yeah, this. So if the error name is not an abort error, we kind of want to do that same thing here. Actually, we want to do this. If it's an abort error, just throw the exception. If it's not an abort error, we want to parse the response from the server and then throw an exception that has the message that came back from the server. Let's see if that does what I expect. And it's time to take a break again. We've been live for 2 hours now. So we'll do another poll. What do we do during our break? Let's just start a stopwatch now. See how long we've been on break. What to do? Do we open Pokemon cards? Do we color a map of the Netherlands? Or do we play City Guesser? You have 1 minute to vote. What are we going to do during this break? Oh, yeah, I guess we could. Okay, well, can I end the poll? No, we won't. There's no option to play guitar for this one. And I'll be right back. What does coloring a map of the Netherlands mean? I'll show you. So I literally have this this coloring book, and we will color the political map and fill in all of the names of the places. That's what it means. But that didn't win. That didn't win. So the winner is Play City Guesser. Let's do it. Let's do it. So there's this really cool app made by one of the people that watches Coding Garden. And we're going to do our best. You live on the man-made island in the middle. Which one is that? Brussels? Antwerp? Zeeland? I don't know. Flevoland. I'm probably not saying that right. I see. If you look at it on the map exactly, it is like slightly detached. Look at this. It's this one. Or this apparently this is man-made right here. That doesn't sound real. Flevoland. All right, let's play City Guesser. But yeah, this game is super fun. So basically, we're gonna play US because I don't know most of the world. And basically, it's going to show us a video, and we have to guess where they are in the world. Yeah. Oh, nice, Alejandro. Welcome in. I wish you luck in your journey to learn to code, and thank you for hanging out here. But we're taking a break, and we're going to play this. Okay, so just right off the bat, does anyone know where this is? It has to be in the United States. It looks like there's a square tower. Anybody heard of Square Tower? These grates remind me of New York City, but I mean, actually, this might be New York City because that's probably Times Square right there. It has to be, right? Yeah, that's Times Square. For a second, I was like, nah, this doesn't look like New York, but it is New York. Okay, so the state, New York, NYC, beautiful. All right, on to the next one. All right. I like to pause it at the beginning because there are some people watching that like know exactly where this is. So can you guess where this is? The street signs are blue. The license plate kind of looks like New Jersey. New Jersey has like yellow license plates. I don't know. Do we want to guess New Jersey? It's not New Jersey. Yeah, it is the USA for sure. It's the USA. All right, let's give it. Is it Brooklyn? I mean, you can also look at that bus in the background. Where do we typically? I mean, that honestly, that looks like a coach or like a travel bus. So maybe it's not a public transit. Is it San Diego? A lot of construction. Okay, so we've got Commerce, a corner of Commerce in Houston. I can't read the text on that building there. Houston Street has to be in Texas. Yeah, Houston Street is all over the place. Or Houston. Actually, that's the funny thing is in New York City, there's a Houston Street, but you pronounce it Houston, not Houston. Do you know it, Opti? Where are we? Are we in Texas? We're in Texas. Is this Houston? This might actually be Houston. Oh, no, okay, it's not Houston. It's Dallas. Okay, let's see. Yeah, great work, Opti. Opti's like, I know this. I know this. Very cool. All right, next one. All right. My first guess is Boston, Massachusetts. It's not Boston, Massachusetts. Anybody have any guesses where we might be? San Francisco? I could go with Chicago. It's not Illinois. Virginia? My gut feeling is New England, but I don't know. All right, well, this has some useful information. Raleigh Field? Are we in... Where's Raleigh? North Carolina or South Carolina? No. I guess Raleigh isn't even spelled like that. Raleigh Field. If anybody wants to cheat, they can search for R-A-L-E-Y, Raleigh Field. Yeah, we could guess every possible state and eventually get it. Seattle? It's not Washington. Riverwalk. All right, somebody has to know where. I don't know where this is. I know there's a Riverwalk in San Antonio. Is this the San Antonio Riverwalk? No, it's not. It's some other. But this is a different Riverwalk apparently. But does anybody know what this is? Like, there's like this pyramid looking thing, a Riverwalk. All right, is it California? This does not. This felt like East Coast. This did not feel like California. It's California. Giza, because of the pyramid. I mean, is it San Diego? Los Angeles? Anaheim? I don't. West Sacramento. I guess it might just be Sacramento. Yeah, it's Sacramento, California. Fascinating. All right, we have time for one more. Time for one more. Did you know what it was, Cryptosoft? I've never seen that building before. Okay, just based on this one shot, does anyone know what city this is? Oh, that pyramid is a bank. Fascinating. Texas? Riverwalk pyramid. Fascinating. Chicago? I could go with Chicago. It's not Illinois. Texas? It's not Texas. I think we need more. We need more. Looks like Boston? Boston? Boston, Texas? It's not Massachusetts. It's too unclear. I can't see the license plates. Filth Street? Is this Filth Street? I don't think if it's New York, it might be one of the outer boroughs, like Brooklyn or something. Let's see if is it New York State? It's not New York State. Philadelphia? It's not Pennsylvania. Yeah, Midwest seems right. I mean, this is probably the oldest building we've seen, and it doesn't really even look that old. There's no way this is San Francisco. Is it Montana? Billings, Montana? It's not Montana. Cincinnati, Ohio? It's gotta be it, right? It's not Ohio. Montana is MT. Okay, I got it wrong. This is not... Oh yeah, MN would be Minnesota. It's true that nothing in the US is really old, but East Coast has some of the oldest stuff because it was settled first. It can be the same state twice. I mean, do we want to guess California? It's not California. I have no idea. Oh, is it Tennessee? They have a Tennessee license plate. What are all the states around Tennessee? This could be, I mean, this could be anything. This could be Kentucky, Missouri, Arkansas. Is it Kentucky? It is Kentucky. All right, we can guess the city. Louisville? It has to be Louisville, right? Yeah, nice. Nice. All right, great work, everyone. All right, back to code. I forgot what we were doing. Oh yeah, I think we were checking we were checking to see if our app works now. Yeah, I've never been to Louisville, Kentucky, so I wouldn't have guessed it either. All right. If we search for boom, it errors out. And what's up, Lazure? Thank you for that resub. Okay, so that one errors out, and then if we search a thing and then we cancel it and search for a new thing, why did this stop working? This is not the right stuff. This is the right stuff. All of this stopped working after I refactored to use show and for. Is that really what did it? Yeah, back to work. Back to work. Let's go back to before I added all these shows. And let's see if it fixed. This is why you should commit code. Okay, so it's still not showing the error in the UI, which is unfortunate, but we can search for new things, and we can cancel requests too. So this is fascinating. Once we started introducing the show components, our error handling stops working. That's weird. That's weird to me. But now if I search for Ash and then cancel it and search for Elm, that still seems to work. Guess not though. Nino Sar, thank you for the resub. And I guess we can send this back to the way that it was without this try catch. We might have to look at the docs for createResource and make sure we just have, we're handling the errors in the right way. Give me a second. I saved it. I saved the one with the show, but we're going to be this. Okay, if you anticipate errors, you may want to wrap createResource in an error boundary. That's probably what we need to do, but here's the thing. It has an error property, so I thought that it would just do that, but maybe not. So the state, you can check the state of it. Unresolved, pending, ready, refreshing, or errored. So maybe we have to check if state is error? Can you tell me where you found that, Fat C? So in the docs it said wrap it in an error boundary? Is it in the tutorial for createResource? Hello, Fedara. Welcome in. You can use the search. Didn't I try that? What's up, Finder the Ice Wing? Welcome in. Okay, you linked me the exact section I was, but I don't see anything about error boundary. I mean, I guess I have to find it in this block of text. Okay, here we go. I found it. If you anticipate errors, you may want to wrap createResource in an error boundary. Data.error tells you if the request has errored out. If so, it contains the error thrown by the fetcher. Is that true, though? So it's throwing, but it's not rendering the error UI here. So, oh, I mean, I guess we also potentially want... No. It should still be something. We want to look at error. Is this a getter? Do we need to use the getter on these? Okay, so it logged undefined, and then it never logged the actual error. Is error a getter? Well, no, it would be undefined, so undefined is not a function. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, America 2050? We just got done playing a little bit of City Guesser. Oh, I need to do... this is why, potentially, I thought. No. Okay, so how... I guess I would need a... If I want to listen for when... the error changes. I guess I can do that, but there's no getter on it. Let's see if this does anything different. All right, undefined. Nothing. How can I actually get the value of error? Create my own getter? Well, listen. Okay, this comes with a mutate and a refetch. And right now, we're destructuring it to just grab the data with all of its attached properties. Check working examples. Yeah, so I'm forcing the error. So the error is being thrown by our backend API. And so get autocomplete results makes the fetch. But this right here we'll throw the exception right here because response.ok will be false. So we throw the exception here. And I was just expecting that this would actually give us that error. The other way that an error happens is if the request is aborted. So if I search for something, and then immediately remove it and then add it, technically one of those requests got aborted or should have. Yeah, so you can see the Ash request got aborted and then Elm happened. But I can search for Ash and then Elm and then Gum. And then now loading is still true. Like it technically, okay, why? I am displaying if loading is true, show progress. Oh, you know what? I think I need to call refetch. Because if I don't call refetch, then loading an error won't have a new value? Yeah, multiple aborts happening results in like a UI state that we don't know what to do. Yeah, so one, totally fine. So like we aborted Ash, we searched for Elm. We still see the error down here, which is fine. But I guess if it aborts twice, then weird things start happening. Yeah. Hey, Mind Coded, welcome in. What if we look at state? Will this have a value? Try Googling the error. Well, that's not the issue. The error that's popping up is correct. It's the error that we expect. The issue is we're not... It has to do with how we're actually getting back those results. If we look at suggestions.state, does this ever change? It says pending and then ready. Refreshing, ready. Okay, maybe we need to use that instead of like the error state. That's weird. So we search for it, we remove it, it pops up. It was saying refreshing, but then we never get a new value here. This is so weird. Okay, I honestly, I need to see a more detailed example of this. Like, how do they do error handling? Because apparently, when that function throws an exception, it's not like the whole thing breaks. Like, we literally don't get any state updates after the moment that it throws an exception. All the state updates are gone. Right? So everything good so far. But if I do something that would cause a cancellation like that, we lose it. We lose that information. Where is the error boundary? Nowhere. I'm not using it yet, but I don't know how I would use it. Because this says wrap createResource in an error boundary. Does that mean I need to do something like how would I put this code inside of an error boundary? I guess it would need to be in a lower level component that I would have to wrap app in an error boundary, or extract this out into a separate component. All right, let's see if they have any examples of createResource. Yeah, I guess this is what I mean. I would need to put it in a subcomponent. But okay, but here's the thing. Why do they give me an error property if I can't actually access that error property? And Marvin, thank you for the Prime. right? Like, what's the point? what's the, like, I don't get it. Why does it, if it gives me error, why do I need an error boundary? And the thing is, like, if it throws an exception, then, like, how do I get it to re-trigger? All right, I'm open to putting it in an error boundary, but it just feels weird. It's like, why, how else am I supposed to get access to that error? Like, why would they even surface it if I can't use it? But here we go. Basically, the error boundary is going to be, it's all going to be in here. All of this needs to be a separate component. The error in the fallback is the error. What? Yeah, that's fine. If it's the error, great. But again, why does this give me an error property if I can't access it? Like, why does the whole, okay, it probably needs to, I'm going to assume that this needs to be a, we need a separate component called suggestions. It's going to be all of this. Like this. And then we have a function suggestions that returns all of that. We need a little fragment. And now we need to pass all of this stuff in. So we have to create the props for it. But this is going to take in suggestions. It's going to take in a debounced value. It's going to take in, that's it. That's the only two things that it needs. But what are these things? Let's define that. So suggestions is a resource of a string array. So resource comes from solid. And then debounced value is a signal of string. Okay. Why is this complaining? Signal has no, okay, so it's not a signal, it is a accessor. What's up, I am Ruse? Welcome in. Okay, so now that we have all that, we can pass that in here. So our debounced value is going to be the debounced value. And our suggestions is going to be the suggestions. Great. And now that we've extracted it, we should be able to wrap it in an error boundary. And error boundary gets imported from solid. But it needs a fallback. And the fallback will be this. Great. Yeah, what's up, Kid Cloud? Can I suggest sites that teach coding, especially Python? I'm not super familiar with the learnings available for Python. I do mostly like web stuff with JavaScript. So first suggestion is search YouTube. I'm sure you'll find plenty of Python resources on YouTube. Also, there is Anthony Writes Code. Is that his name? What is his Twitch name? Anthony Writes Code. Does anybody know? Oh yeah, CS50 has a Python section in it too. Yeah. Anathony? Did I spell it wrong? Anathony. Okay, that should be it. Yes, go check out Anthony Writes Code. He actually does a bunch of Python stuff on stream. And then if you look at his YouTube channel, he also teaches Python there too. So if you go to About, and then you click on YouTube, there he is. And he has a lot of stuff on Python. I don't know if some of it is beginner focused. I don't think he teaches like programming in Python from scratch, but definitely check him out. Free Code Camp has, oh yeah, I guess that's the other thing is if you search YouTube, you'll find plenty of Python resources. Literally just search for Learn Python. Hello, friends. Oh, I was like, what was that? What was that? Honestly, you can't go wrong with programming with Mosh. You can't go wrong with Free Code Camp. Any of these videos. You could probably go wrong with with the tech lead, but you might laugh when you watch that video. Yeah. Use YouTube. I don't think when you're learning, as many resources as possible, I think is the best approach. Yeah. Yeah, CS50 is super interesting. Like the CS50 is like a whirlwind tour of computer science, and they have one, like you actually start with C programming. And then they have a section on using Python. I think they might even have a section on JavaScript, and they have a section on SQL. So yeah, definitely check that out. All right. Ideally, we can use the error here if it threw an error. Let's see if this error boundary is what we needed. Here we go. Listen, Solid, if you're going to make me use it, then you should probably put that in your docs, right? Right? Okay, now it completely breaks, though. It breaks. But listen, that worked first. That worked at the top level, right? So if I put in boom, the backend throws in a thing. So this gives us the error. Yeah, we should use that. You're totally right. We should use that. What's up, Zimar? Welcome in. Why would you call a reset? Do I have to call reset? If I have to call reset, then how do I get access to that in the parent? Because the parent is the one that's resetting it. The operation was aborted. Here's the thing. I have to call reset. And I don't know how I'm going to do that when so like if maybe can I do something like this? So like if suggestions dot length. So if it has something, call reset, but I can't call reset because I don't have access to it. do a cleanup inside of here? I mean, I could do something like set reset to be reset. A function that returns void. This feels weird though. We could call this like set reset error, and then we can have a signal. And now debounced value needs to reset the error when it's after it aborts. And so after it has aborted, it will reset the error. Is this what I need to do? This feels hacky. Too much recursion. I could believe it. I could believe it. You felt the lag. Yeah, it hung up for a quick second. Oh, we got to do something like this. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, I can't access that reset externally. Hands off the keyboard. Wait, did I just skip a break? Somebody clip it. Did I skip a break? I did not mean to do that. I'm gonna have to eat a spicy wing if I skipped a break. I'm not ready for this. Okay, I have to eat a spicy hot wing. Somebody clip it, though. We need to see the clip. I need proof. I need proof that I actually skipped a break. Oh, that's bad. The thing is, I don't have any things that help with cooling down spicy food. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fun. It's fun. The fact that you've all been waiting for this moment. Yeah. No, I don't have any milk. I have almond milk. That doesn't help as much. Maybe I have some yogurt. I like yogurt the most to help with spicy food. So reset error. I mean, do I want it to be a signal though? What if it's just a global variable instead of a signal? Like, what if I did this? This also feels very hacky, but what if I did this? Because now it's not a signal, it's just a global variable. I can literally just do reset error equals reset. Like that. All right, we got the clip. See you later, Tada.js. Thank you for hanging out. You felt... Yeah. Man, it was so casual, too. It was so casual. Too much recursion. So, why is this causing recursion. This just feels bad though. I shouldn't have to do this. Yeah, I shouldn't have to do that. What if I created a reset error function and call it with the error? I don't know. Yeah, all right. I need to eat a spicy hot wing. We need to get back to where this code was actually working. And then I'm going to go eat a spicy hot wing. Okay, well, first of all, the error boundary works at the top level. Actually, we can get rid of this global variable here. Can we all agree that React isn't so bad? maybe, here's the thing. Like, I have a working solution without createResource. All of our issues right now are because of createResource. And I think this is a newer API. So this is where all of our pain points are coming from. If you implement it without createResource, easy. Super easy. createResource is where all of our troubles and woes are coming from. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, we need somebody who really knows Solid to tell us what we're doing wrong here. But now, if it throws an error, we see it, but that error doesn't get reset. Look at this. I can type all day long and, like, no... Let's see, are network requests happening behind the scenes? Yeah, look at that. Network requests are even happening behind the scenes. What if I do something weird like this? So, like, if suggestions has a value, then we'll call reset. Oh, is there a global reset error boundaries? Because that would be great. I think I just saw that in my autocomplete. Yeah, there's a global one. That's all we need. This is literally all we need. This is it. So reset error boundaries comes from Solid, and now we can literally call that after an abort happens. All right. Winner. Okay, so this throws an exception, but now if I search for something else, it doesn't reset the error boundary. Come on! Let's look this up in the docs. All right, so apparently that doesn't work, but let's try the thing that I was just about to do, where if suggestions has a value, then we're going to call reset. Is this going to cause too much recursion? Oh. Yeah, this is the One American 2050. Okay, this doesn't work. We'll have to come back to it. All right. To do. Figure this out. Now, I have to eat a spicy hot wing. I'm not too excited about it. What should I do? I think I need to do a... I think we need to make some YouTube content out of this. What if I don't use error boundary? We already tried that. It just doesn't work without the error boundary. That's why we added the error boundary. We should do a code kind of speed run. Eat a super spicy... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I have to put on it. I mean, I guess I could cook a chicken wing. But I eat a wing, and then we do a Code Kata's speed run. Did you try implementing it, Oscar? It's true, Pranya. I mean, we're 1 minute away from a break, and I'll use that break to go grab the spicy stuff. Maybe I just do a spoonful. I'll do, or like not a spoonful. I will do a dab of the last dab. So what you're saying, Oscar, is you call reset? Why do you define a function right here? Yeah, Tactical Spartix. I've never had the last dab, but I have had some really, really spicy hot sauce. I've had Blair's Megadeth sauce. The Hot Ones Classic Edition Pepper X I've had, which is also very spicy. Never mind me. No, I'm just wondering, you're literally, like, why are you defining this function right here? Shouldn't it be without the definition, the function definition? You hit an infinite loop. It should be reset in the component. Oh, I see. So if I could actually, well, no, but that's the thing is like I can't pass reset down to here. But let's see, Xerus, did you find something that lets us reset it? Yeah, that gives us that. Oh well. All right, this is the last thing. I'm just gonna see. Does this work? Like, can I set reset there? Last thing, and then we go do it. Oh, did I cancel another break just now? I think I'm doing it subconsciously. Okay, well, now I have to eat too. I think we fixed it, but I really don't like this solution. And I think that the other thing is I don't want to show this if the error name is... So if... I think this is the other thing. So if the error.name is abort, then we just instantly reset it. Yeah, the okay, maybe we got that name wrong. Let's figure out the right name, and then I'll go get the spicy hot wing. Abort error. If the name is abort error, then just reset the error. I probably shouldn't spend too much more time on this. And honestly, maybe I should tweet at someone who knows Solid really well. I'm looking at the wrong code. This is a thing. This is I'm having some issues here. Ultimately, I want my create resource to give me an error that I can actually show in the UI. This is what I want. And apparently the API doesn't work this way, because when it throws an error, it's just like, it's done. It's done. Which is what made us think we needed the error boundary. But now that we have the error boundary, we need to be able to reset it from another place in our code, which is very hard to do, because now we need to like set that reset so it can be called elsewhere. It does look like, do they have, how do you search the docs? Oh, this is one single page. Yeah, reset error boundary is not listed here, but apparently you can import that from Solid. Excuse me. I don't know. Okay. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break while I go get the spicy hot sauce. And when I come back, I am going to attempt to do I'm going to do an easy speed run. I'm going to do a 7Q code kata speed run. We'll do it with JavaScript. And we'll do things that I have not trained on. So these are going to be ones that I've never seen before. And we'll do 8. We'll do 8Q. All right, so these are problems I've never seen before. I'm going to eat something really spicy and then try to solve as many as possible all in one go. Is this the solution? Let's look. It's supposed to use promise.reject to return them. Oh! This looks like it does not work either. The problem is that it is the read that throws. But this official YouTube video seems to have provided a more detailed explanation than the docs. And it is unavailable. We can't watch the video. Switch plus match. This works, but this doesn't. Do I need this? Okay, we'll try this. We'll try this later, but this is what we're gonna come back to later. For now, we're gonna do this speed run. After I go grab some hot sauce. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the hot sauce. I'll be back, and when I come back, we're gonna do a speed run, and I'm gonna eat some really, really spicy hot sauce. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Listen, I have things that will help with the spiciness, but I'm going to do my best to not use any of them. That's my plan. And I will show you what I have. Here we go. First of all, the hot sauce. This is Hot Ones, The Last Dab. It's over 2 million Scovilles. It is literally one of the spiciest hot sauces known to mankind, womankind, people in the world. One of the hottest hot sauces in the world. I don't have a hot wing, but I do have a little smoky. It's a little sausage. I'm gonna put it on that, and that's what I'm gonna eat. And then I have things to help me. So the thing about capsaicin is it is fat soluble and alcohol soluble. So you want things that are high in fat content. So I've got some guacamole, some cheese, and a stick of butter that I will literally rub on my tongue if it's too bad. Also, it's alcohol soluble, so I will potentially swig some gin. I mean, this is only 47% alcohol content, but this could help, right? If I gargle some of this and then spit it out, that will get rid of all the capsaicin that got stuck to my tongue. So these are my backup plan, and I also have a beer, a nice little IPA that will potentially help with getting the and I have water. But the thing is, like, water just slushes the capsaicin around. It doesn't actually remove it, but fat or alcohol, literally, like, the capsaicin binds to it, and then if you swallow it, it goes into your stomach, or if you spit it out, it gets rid of the capsaicin. So, these are my outs if I need them. I don't have any milk, and I actually don't really like milk. I'm probably lactose intolerant because I can't stand milk. Yeah, you're allowed to drink on stream. A lot of people drink on stream. But all of these are my backups. These are my backups. If I need them, I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try not to use them. So now let's do it. Let's put a dab. Yeah, I mean, it is high. I'm just saying, like, there's some alcohol that's like 60, 70, or 80 proof, and that would probably do better at removing the capsaicin. So yeah, here we go. It doesn't seem like a lot. No, you're saying more. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a lot. That is actually a lot. That's a dab on that little smoky. It really just doesn't look appetizing at all. There's no way I'm gonna put more. Like, you all do not understand how spicy this is. Like, that's going to literally kill me. Literally. I'm not. This ain't my first hot sauce rodeo. I know that is gonna literally kill me. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this a YouTube video, so let's do like a little intro thingy. Oh God. I need to get these ready. My eyes are literally gonna be watering. Literally. Okay. All right. What is this? Here. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Today on stream, I made an agreement with chat. If I ever dismissed my break timer without actually taking a break, I would be punished and have to eat a very, very spicy hot sauce. The Last Dab Apollo. And that happened today. I accidentally clicked skip on a break, and so now we're here. We have a little smoky with a dab of the Last Dab. I'll play the clip if you don't believe it actually is what it is, but we just put the dab on there. That's what I'm gonna eat. You might not think that's a lot of hot sauce, but this is literally one of the hottest hot sauces known to man. So I'm gonna have to eat that, and then I have various high fat content and also like high alcohol content things to help if I'm like literally dying. But here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna eat it, And then I'm going to have 8 minutes to solve as many 8Q code katas as possible after eating it. So we'll set a timer to 8 minutes. Not 38, to 8 minutes. And after eating it, I have 8 minutes to solve as many as possible. Are we ready? I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready at all. But here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Messi is a soccer player with goals in 3 leagues: La Liga, Copa del Rey, and Champions. Complete the function to return his total number of goals in all 3 leagues. For example, 5, 10, and 2 is 17. Are we just adding them all together? Okay, it's happening. I'm starting to feel the heat, but that's okay. I think we literally just need to add these all together. Yeah. I mean, is it that bad? Here's the thing. Okay, my eyes, I think my eyes are starting to water. But if it doesn't get that bad, I'll do another one. I'll do another one. Because I'm actually doing all right now. I remember the last time I did something this spicy, I was down for the count. So we did it. We did one. We did one. Here we go. Here we go. The Feast of Many Beasts. All the animals are having a feast. Each animal is bringing one dish. There's one rule. The dish must start and end with the same letters as the animal's name. Write a function feast that takes the animal's name and dish as arguments and returns true or false to indicate whether the beast is allowed to bring the dish to the feast. This isn't spicy enough. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pause the timer and I'm gonna eat more. I'm gonna literally eat more. It's not spicy enough. I didn't do enough. I mean, I kind of have to. Here we go. This is it expired though? I don't think it is. Shake the bottle? I shook it earlier. Best by June 4th, 2025. So, I have to, like, it's got to be more than this because I'm doing totally fine right now. Totally fine. Okay. Okay. Assume that beast and dish are always lowercase letters. So we get the beast, a great blue heron, and then we get the dish, garlic naan. So if it ends with the same, if it ends with the same first and last letter, it's done. So we want beast at 0 equals dish at 0, and beast at the end. It's really in my throat. Beast at the end is equal to dish at the end. Dish.length -1. That's it. Solution. Great. All right, next one. Parse nice int from character problem. You ask a small girl, how old are you? She always says X years old. Where is X when random number between 0 and 9? Write a program that returns the girl's age 0 to 9 as an integer. What? Assume the test input string is always a valid string. Oh, we need to literally get the number out of here. So I think we just say input string at 0. Like the first character in the string is going to be the number, but it has to be a number, so we parse it as a number. Great. Next one. Beginner series number 4, cockroach. The cockroach is one of the fastest insects. Write a function which takes its speed in kilometers per hour and returns it in centimeters per second. What? The speed is kilometers per hour, and we want it in centimeters per second. So, what? Okay. So first we have kilometers. We want to convert kilometers to centimeters. So kilometer divided by 1,000 is meters, and divide that by 1,000 is centimeters. So the centimeters is going to be that. And then, wait, no. S is the speed per hour. So we actually want the speed per second. So we take the speed and multiply it or divide it by 60 to give us per minute, and divided by 60 again to give us per second. So speed per second. And no, this is going to be kilometers per second. And then the centimeters per second will be all of that like that. Is that right? Is this what it's asking? 1 meter is 100 centimeters? What? Is this right? so it takes in the speed in kilometers per hour. Floor it? Multiply, not divide. Nice. Okay, I can't believe I got that right. All right, we got 3 minutes left. Beginner series. Did we just do that? No, we just did that. Next one. Switch it up. When provided with a number between 0 and 9, return it in words. What? Okay, I mean, this is just a bunch of if statements. I guess I could more easily create an object where at the beginning we have literally. No, I just need an array. I just need an array with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. We take that array and then we index it at the number. Okay, great. Keep moving. Next one. Function 2, squaring an argument. Am I okay? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. You can tell, right? Now you have to write a function that takes an argument and returns the square of it. Easy. Function called square takes in some num and returns the number times itself. That's how you square a number. Everything's fine. It's fine. I think like doing these is making me not think about how on fire my mouth is right now. Your function takes two arguments, current father's age in years and current age of his son. Calculate how many years ago the father was twice as old as his son. What? Calculate how many years ago the father was twice as old as his son. My you can't tell, but my nose is watering. My eyes aren't watering as much. The current father's age in years, and the son's years old. Oh, okay. Son years old times 2, and then we subtract that from the dad's years. Oh, that's not right. Oh, but we want them absolute value. I can't believe we got that right. All right, do we have time to do one more grasshopper check for factor? The function should test if the factor is a factor of base, return true if it is a factor, or false if it is not. 2 and 3 are factors of 6 because 2 times 3. So we get the base and the factor? Oh, return base divided by factor equal to there's no decimal? Math.floor is equal to itself. We did it. We did it. How many did I do? Did anybody count how many I did? Oh, man. Honestly, I think powering through it like that made it so that I didn't have to actually eat anything. My stomach feels horrible. I literally, literally feel, oh man. Okay. That was fun though. I think I'll definitely drink a beer. That's worth a beer. Cheers, everyone. Ooh. In a few hours, I'm gonna feel great. All right, how many did we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did we do 8? Did we do eight of them in 8 minutes? Oh, is the green screen grabbing it? Yeah, it is. Wow. I can't believe I did that. So here's the thing. If you watched Coding Garden back in the day, we did a, I don't know what I said. Did I say green screen? We did we did a Hot Wings edition of Code Katas. But when I ate, I didn't even have the last dab. I had Blair's Mega Death Sauce. And when I think honestly, even the one before Blair's Mega Death Sauce, like I couldn't code without having to drink something. Like, it's just that face right there. Look how much I'm sweating too. I'm proud of myself. All right, I need to do a YouTube outro. Thanks for watching this. I did so much better than I thought I would actually do. I'm highly impressed. If you enjoyed this, many years ago we did a Code Kata's Hot Wings edition where I literally ate hot sauce, just like the Hot Ones show, while solving coding problems. So definitely check that out. Follow us over on Twitch. We did this live. Have a good one. My stomach is literally rumbling. So the thing is, I'm wearing makeup that prevents being shiny on camera. So it's possible I'm sweating, but you can't tell. What about drinking some water? The thing is, alcohol helps better. Like, ooh. Oof. Oof. I don't know how to move on from this. This seems like this is how you would end a stream, not like be in the middle of a stream. All right, I am gonna drink water. Maybe that'll help my stomach. Honestly, I'm gonna go take a tum. Cause that got me. This shirt is mine. You can check out the Coding Garden merch site. We don't sell this shirt anymore because it was like a limited release. But water will make it worse. Oh yeah, I forgot. I haven't bought one of these shirts yet, but I use Midjourney to create this synthwave photo of my dog. So it's like a summer tank top. But this has all the stuff. Yeah. I need to order one of these for the summer. All right, I'm gonna go get some Tums, and then we're gonna keep on working on this solid thing. A big thanks to, I forget who it was earlier, but someone gave me the link to this issue. I'm kind of regretting taking the spoonful. The thing is, like, I'm lightheaded. I'm lightheaded. Thanks, Origin. Glad to hear it. Am I allowed to say I use something to make a product to sell? Yeah, I think so. With Midjourney, technically, according to their licenses, you have the rights to whatever images you generate. That's probably going to be very much questioned and answered in court, though. Oof. All right, I'm gonna go get some Tums, and then we're gonna try to use this discussion to fix our issue that we had earlier. No, so I mean, it's not exactly my dog. They do have image to image though. It's you can actually upload an image, give it a prompt, and then it will use that image along with the prompt. I just generated a bunch until I found one that looked like my dog. That seemed to work the best. Ooh, my stomach. All right, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Listen, you're voting on whether or not I'm gonna get back in time. I'll be honest, my stomach is hurting. Like I feel it. I feel it in here. Like I don't feel good. It's really funny though, because typically when I eat really, really spicy stuff, it manifests as like sweating, tearing, like my nose gets runny. It feels painful. Yeah, I mean maybe my like appendix burst or something. I think it's literally just the spiciness that has made its way into the stomach. No, my stomach was empty. The only thing I had today was some oatmeal. It feels like it's slowly. I did not eat prior. No, I feel like it's slow. Big mistake. Yeah. It's basically just hot sauce coating my empty stomach. It's fine. I think I can get past it. I can get past it. We should do a meditation though. Let's just do like a nice 2-3 minutes of some relaxing background meditation sounds. Not that. We need to pause the music. No, I didn't do the paint by stickers thing. Thank you, Div Girl. Thank you for the raid. I was doing a quick meditation because I ate some really spicy hot sauce and I feel like I'm gonna die. Welcome in, raiders. I did the last dab from Hot Ones while solving coding problems, and I think I'm okay now. I think I'm okay. Welcome in, raiders. Glad to see you. Thank you for that raid. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll drop a follow. I don't think I've seen your stream before, Deb Girl, but welcome in. I'm very burpy, and my stomach hurts because I ate some really spicy hot sauce, but that's okay. That's okay. No, we did do a spoonful of it. We did a spoonful. But that's because we did a dab and it wasn't spicy enough. All right, but welcome to the Coding Garden. Thank you for bringing all your friends over. We're gonna get back to coding. If you all remember what was happening before the Hot Ones stuff, before the last dab, we were working in SolidJS. Yeah, and in the oh no worries, Deb Girl. Welcome in. But the reason we had to do the last dab is because I ignored my break timer. It was basically a punishment for ignoring my break timer. So you all have to keep me honest. If I ignore my break timer again, I'll have to do another one. I might actually go get DeBomb. I don't have the actual DeBomb. I have a natural version of DeBomb, but it's still really spicy. I mean, I haven't tried it. I assume it's as spicy as DeBomb. But if it happens again, you all keep me honest, and I'll do another spicy spoonful of spicy hot sauce. In the meantime, we were working on this Solid app, and we were running into this issue with error boundary. And I think what we need is this. We need a switch, possibly? They said this was their solution, was to use a switch. Excuse me. Switch could work. The thing is, why would you use promise.reject? Because technically an async function that throws an error rejects the promise. Let's try doing this first. Let's try doing this. Without the error boundary. So without the error boundary, we can just show the error inside the component. What was I doing? Oh yeah, up here. Up here we want to, if suggestions.error is a thing, then we will show this. Like that. And right now, this is what happens. It throws the error, but it doesn't actually show the error in the UI. And so that's why we were trying to use this thing, error boundary, to help with that. But apparently, maybe if we use promise.reject and we return it, instead of throwing the error, like this, well, that seems like it fixes our issue of being able to cancel and then show the latest result. So that actually does do a thing. However, you can see that the loading thing is still showing, so that's an issue. So because that didn't work, I'm gonna try using a switch statement here. Okay. I guess I'm drinking a beer on a Tuesday at 2 p.m. So the whole error boundary is no, I removed it. I removed it so that way we could do that. Are you saying that we should combine it with error boundary? Don't read from the value if there is an error. Oh, so that actually means if there's an error, don't read from the value. We were reading from the value there. Would that fix it? Okay. This gives us an error, but now it's not surfaced in the UI. Let's try implementing this with the switch statement and see if that solves it. Otherwise, I'm just going to stop working on this because we've literally been working on this for like almost I don't know how long. Import switch and match. So when suggestions.loading, we show the progress bar. When suggestions.error, we show this. When suggestions is not loading, we show the suggestions. And then these are two more matchers here. So when there is no debounced value, we show this message. I mean, I honestly like this matching syntax probably more than I do like the if or the show component syntax. This fallback, I guess, should never get called. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's not showing type to see suggestions. Why not? Okay, switch seems to do it. Switch seems to do it. However, this is not working right here. And I like this solution overall. Like it feels like the least clunkiest solution because the error boundary was weird because we would have to like reset the error boundary. I like this. I like this a whole lot better. And then the other thing is if we do this, then we actually don't need to use the show component. Just that. Oh, because it's only one of. It's only one of. That's why a switch only matches one. That's why this isn't showing. So this actually does need to be a show component. How does the show component work? It takes children. It has a win. So, yeah. basically, and then I need to import that in. A switch is only going to show one of them. So we either want to show the loading spinner, the list of results, or sorry, the loading spinner, error, or the list of results. Or if there wasn't an error and we weren't loading, and I guess actually, yeah, so yeah, no suggestions to be displayed would also be that. Okay, so this is it. So type to see suggestions, ash, we get all the ash trees, gum, we get all the gum trees, which is just gum and sweet gum. But now if the API throws an error, we see that in the UI. And if we cancel a request mid request, we see that error. But at this point, we can now do so if I search for ash and then immediately search for Elm, you can see that ash was aborted and then we show Elm. So one thing we want to do is in the error switch here, we don't want to show it if this was an abort, because if it was an abort error, then that means we have another request in flight. We don't actually want to show the abort error on the page. So that is where I'll use a show component here. So show this, but only if suggestions.error.name does not equal an abort error. I guess technically we could, maybe we combine that in here, like that. Let's see. All right. That throws an error. Cool. So we see all of those aborted requests, and now we've entered a state where it doesn't show the results. That's so unfortunate. One more time, though. Okay, I think it might be because we've done this. That's why we want this to be a conditional render. Does that seem to be what broke it? Yeah. So I think the logic is here is like, if there was an abort error, technically that was the thing we want to render because we don't want to render any of the other stuff. And then it was canceled behind the scenes, which caused it to run again. I honestly, I think even though this feels clunky, that we're basically nesting a show inside of a match, it's actually the logic we want, because there's one specific kind of error that we don't want to show in the UI, but in terms of the match, it is the thing we want to match on. I think we've got it. It took us a while, but I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Because now, oh, does that count? Does that count? That can't count. Look, I caught myself when I canceled the break. I caught myself that there's no way that counts. Yeah, the time was out. Somebody clip it. Time was out. Sorry, dude. No! Listen, my stomach is already feeling better. There's no way. There's no way. My hands were off. Yeah, so let's see the instant replay. Let's see the instant replay. I mean, I guess technically we could make this a matcher. We could do all the same things. And I guess a match goes from top to bottom, so we don't even have to check these things. So we know that there wasn't an error down here. When the suggestions are not loading and they have a length, show them. But if we're not loading and there was no error and we aren't displaying the suggestions and we don't have a debounce value, we should say type to see suggestions. Excuse me. But if we have a debounced value, and at this point we know there would be suggestions.length, and at this point we know we would be loading, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Or not. I'm doomed. It had 5 seconds left. Here's the thing. My hands were off the keyboard though. I took the stretch, right? I took my hands off the keyboard and I did a stretch. I think this, no, there's no way. There's no way. Actually, we should watch that replay though. That's really funny. I think we've got it. It took us a while, but I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Because now, oh, does that count? Does that count? That can't count. Oh, you know what? I never turned noise cancellation back on. I think we've got it. It took us a while, but my stomach can't take it. I can't do another one. All right, we'll do it. We'll do another one for your entertainment. Yeah, so if you look on the archive channel, it's where I implemented it with React, Svelte, and Vue. So the second most recent VOD on the archive channel, this one, is where I build this same app with React, Svelte, and Vue. And then the initial version with Solid. Yeah, we'll do it, but let me finish this up. So I need to this should have matched. Type to see suggestions. Oh, because it's a show. This needs to be a match. That's why. All right. Yeah, okay. And I honestly, I like how we've reworked this to be a switch with a match because only one of these things will ever be rendered, right? So if the idea is we're only ever showing the progress bar or the error or the list of results or the text before the results or the text if there are no results, that makes sense for a switch because we're only ever showing one of these. It does look a lot cleaner. I like it. And the way that we can think about it is like top down, right? Because the only reason we'll ever make it here is if we weren't loading and there wasn't an error and there weren't suggestions to display. And I guess we could just have a default matcher here, right? I guess not. Do they have default? Doesn't matter. Because this should now work. Because if I throw an error, we see it. If I search for something new, it's loading and we see it. If I try to get a request canceled, yeah, so request was canceled because we searched for a new thing. We've done it. It only took us like 3 hours, but we got there, and I'm happy with this SolidJS solution. What is yeah, we don't need that anymore. Beautiful. And then I'm actually going to delete this one. Whew. We got there. But if you watch the VOD from last week, we also did it without createResource, which makes it look a lot more like React because we're just doing everything in the template here. What really caused the most issues was trying to use createResource, which is built into Solid, and it gives us things like a loading variable and everything else. But yeah, I'm happy with this. All right. I really don't want to eat more. Look, if I end the stream, then I don't have to eat more spicy food, right? Man. Man. I could speed run trying to solve it with quick. Yeah, I'll let you all vote. You all get to choose. Did he skip the break? Right? The reason I'm saying I didn't skip the break was because I took my hands off the keyboard and at least took like a 7-second break. If the majority answer yes, then I will have to eat a spicy thing. Hey, Physitronic, I'm doing all right. No, you all really want to see me suffer? You really want to see me suffer? That's crazy. It's crazy. Well, I walked away because I thought I skipped it, but in watching the replay, I actually took a break. Literally the spiciest hot sauce known to man. I did it earlier. That's why I don't want to do it again, because I already did it today. Is the last dab Apollo. Honestly, we can do Da Bomb. Also come up with ideas for what I will try to speed run after eating the hot sauce. It's a tie? Is it a tie? Welp, I vote no, and that means I win. No, I'll do it. Because I said I would. And we finished solid, so I'm at least happy. Like if I die after this next one, it's totally fine because we got this one. We got this solution done. Please don't take any more. You all care about me. I'll do a small one. And we need to figure out what am I going to speed run. Push the code before I die. You're right. Actually, we can re-update. Like, this doesn't have to be this reject thing. This can still be this. I'm pretty sure. We'll confirm that, but I'm pretty sure. Nice. Speedrun a to-do app in Solid. It could be fun to try and speedrun something in Quick, because I've literally never written Quick myself. I've only seen it written. We could try to speedrun building an autocomplete UI. But here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we can just like copy paste our Solid code and then like change a few things, right? Right? What did Lima say? A fresh ESLint setup? That's funny. So I need to set up the Airbnb config with, honestly, that would be really funny. Let's do that. Let's do a Vite app with ESLint Airbnb config and prettier config all together. That's weird enough. I like it. Oh, I can push this up now. Whew. How can you test if it's configured correctly? Just making sure that running like ESLint fix all autofixable problems still works and stuff like that. Let me update the README. All right, we did it with Solid. Maybe we'll do these in the future. I didn't click skip. I waited till it was the end. I swear I did. I swear. ESLint config speed run. All right. Prettier keeps deleting the single quotes around my authorization header. Yeah, because you don't need them. Because it's an object, And because the property doesn't have any dashes or underscores in it, we can have underscores. Because it doesn't have any dashes or spaces, then it doesn't need quotes. Doesn't need quotes. Yeah, that just has to do with properties inside of an object. The only time it needs quotes is if it is not a valid object property name. We're gonna make a list of things that we need to do. Well, I think this is basically the whole point here is there's negative reinforcement if I skip the break. I need to not skip the breaks. That's the whole point of all this. Here's our to-do. We need to generate a React app. We need to install... Well, here's the thing. Now Vite comes pre-configured with ESLint. So install ESLint Airbnb config. Install ESLint Prettier plugin. Make sure it all works. Here's, like, my stomach pain is just now going away. Use create React app. I'm gonna use Vite. Use Vite. All right, let me go get the other hot sauce. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So, I have DeBomb Evolution. So, if you've ever watched Hot Ones, excuse me, which is the show with all the spicy hot wings. Yeah. What do I even want to show here? You don't want that, mate. That's poison. So So here's the thing. So the original Da Bomb, I mean, I guess we can watch some Da Bomb reactions. It is this. So this is usually sauce number 7, or no, probably number 8. Usually sauce number 8, and a total of 10 sauces going from least spiciest to most spicy. But it's typically one of the most spiciest ones.
8 of afternoon at 12:53 or whatever it is.
I know.
We're just going. That's it.
You know, I'm on your schedule here. All right. So, whoa, going right in.
It hasn't kicked in yet.
Maybe it won't.
I think this is where it starts to.
Yeah.
That is where you turn the corner, though.
Yeah.
It gets hot right there.
A different vibe altogether. Yeah.
Unusual that the first thing it hits from here is your eyeball.
I might ask you to spoon me in a second.
Whatever you need. Whatever you need to get through it.
Oh, wow, that comes in strong.
Yeah. They all have their pitfalls. And it grows, and it grows, and it grows.
Yeah, so that's the original Da Bomb. But I ordered sauces. It's this one. But I ordered sauces from Heatonist, and they don't sell the original Da Bomb because the original Da Bomb is not all natural, and all of the hot sauces that they sell on Heatonist are all natural. So I have this one. It's called Da Bomb Evolution. So it's like Da Bomb, but it has more natural ingredients. So honestly, it might not be as spicy as the original Da Bomb. And Pond Garden, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, but I guess for comparison, I don't know if they like show it on screen here, but for comparison, yeah, they show it like there. We just did earlier. We did this one, which is the Last Dab Apollo, which is supposed to be the spiciest hot sauce. So technically, we've already tried the hottest hot sauce today. We're gonna do one that's more similar to this one. However, if you've watched the show before, typically people have the worst reaction to that sauce. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But what the plan is, if you're just joining us, I am going to eat some of this hot sauce and then as fast as possible set up ESLint plus the Airbnb config in a React app. That's the plan. I'm going to speed run ESLint Airbnb config speed run. And let me just pull all this stuff up if you haven't heard of it. So Airbnb has a JavaScript style guide. How much is this again? It doesn't say. So Da Bomb is supposed to only be rated, I think, at like 135,000 Scovilles. That's impossible. Like, it's spicier than this, which is supposed to be like 2 million Scovilles. So, I don't know. Speed run to the bathroom. And prettier. Yeah, ESLint config, Airbnb config plus prettier speed run. Okay, so the Airbnb style guide says good ways to write JavaScript. ESLint is a linter that shows you and fixes errors in your stuff. Prettier is a code formatter that we can combine with ESLint. And then we're going to use Vite to generate our React app. So technically, this is going to give us a basic ESLint setup, but we want to add Prettier and Airbnb config to it. Okay. Is it Vite or Vite? How do you say Vite in French? How much time to finish it? Oh, we don't know. Just however long it takes me.
Vite.
Vite. Vite. Vite.
Vite.
Vite.
Vite.
Yeah, vite is French for fast. All right, let's prepare to eat this spicy stuff. So, I mean, if you were watching earlier, I have all this stuff to help. High-fat content foods. I didn't use it earlier, so I have this. It's a sausage, just a tiny little sausage. Then I put it on. I don't have any hot wings to put it on. But this is it. Da Bomb Evolution. This sauce is extremely hot. Keep out of reach of children. Consume 1 drop at a time with extreme caution. Okay, so there's if you were watching earlier, I literally went in for seconds on this because I didn't think it was spicy enough. Consume 1 drop at a time with extreme caution. Okay, here we go. Also, if you that's just propaganda. If you enjoy the content here today, feel free to support. You can sub with Prime. You can become a patron, a YouTube member, a GitHub sponsor, or a Twitch sub, or you can gift subs. All of it is greatly appreciated. All right. It honestly doesn't smell as spicy. Lima. Thank you, Limos. Thank you for the gift. Come on. I don't want to put too much.
Cheer 500.
Thank you, Murdoch. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate. Oh, I wasn't looking. Okay, that's got to be enough, right? Is that enough, or do I need more? More? It literally says only consume 1 drop. Oxneo, thank you for the Prime. That's enough. That's enough. For those of you that know about hot sauce, that's enough. But thank you for those supports. Thank you, Murdoch and Limotes. And Oxneo. Much appreciated. Yeah, this honestly, this might be too much, but we're gonna do our best. Oh, I can smell it from here. I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm not feeling good about this. This could be the end of today's stream. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. On today's stream, I made a pact with. Is that the right word? Made a pact? A pack? I made a pack? Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Today on stream, I promised the Twitch chat, if I ignore my break timer, I made a pact with them, if I ignore my break timer, then I will have to eat some spicy hot sauce. We've already done it once today. We actually had the Apollo Last Dab, the link in the description for that video. But we did it again accidentally, and this time we're going to be trying Da Bomb Evolution. So not the original Da Bomb, but an all-natural version of it, which says, this sauce is extremely hot, keep out of reach of children, consume 1 drop at a time with extreme caution. So we have here a little smoky with one drop of Da Bomb on it. I'll play the clip of us putting the drop on it. And we're going to try to speedrun this. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to set up a React app that has ESLint, Airbnb config, and Prettier all working in conjunction. We're going to do it as fast as possible after eating one of the spiciest hot sauces known to humans right now. Okay, here we go. Okay, no point dragging it on. Cheers. See you on the other side. Okay. We need a VDAP. So we're gonna run this command. We're gonna choose React. We'll do it with TypeScript. No way! Thanks, Nick. Thank you for the 50. All of a sudden, I'm short of breath, but I can't feel the spiciness. Maybe it's coming. Maybe it's coming. But thank you, Nick. Thank you for the. That's so many. Okay, I gotta go though. I gotta go. Okay. We have ourselves a React app. We'll install dependencies. That's crazy, Nick. Thank you so much. Maybe I'm immune. Maybe I'm immune to this hot sauce. Or is it creeping up? I think I feel it creeping up. All right, we'll start the React app. We've got a Vite and React app. Let's set it up. So actually, by default, Vite comes with an ESLint config. Okay, like this. Though it does complain. What is it complaining? Modules not defined. Do I want to fix that? I guess I need to fix everything first of all. I need to fix everything. I'm going to tell my TS config to include my .eslintrc .cjs file. And then if I do that, will it work? I'm not going to fix that. I'm not going to fix that. Of course not. We're going to ignore that. Easy. Easy. All right. What do we need? What do we need to do now? So we have the ESLint recommended. We have React hooks recommended. Now we want to get everything else installed. So we have ESLint. This is a tool that it's a code linter. But we want to use the Airbnb style guide. So basically, this is Airbnb employs a lot of JavaScript engineers, and they've come up with a style guide for how they prefer to write JavaScript. I've been using this style guide for years, so I want to use it too. And there specifically is this ESLint config Airbnb. So we need to install this and add it to our config. Basically, it's all of those style guides and rules as ESLint rules. Oh, okay. Do I want base? If you don't need React, use base. We need React. We need React. Jicom, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. So this is what we'll do. We need to get the peer dependencies of this. And then install them. But I guess if we run this all in one command, this is going to install ESLint config Airbnb, including all of its peer dependencies. Plug in React, all that good stuff. Excuse me. So now that we have those dependencies, we should be able to set it up. So we need to add extends Airbnb in our ESLint. And so we don't have to do this React hooks thing anymore, because if we extend Airbnb... Oh, I forgot we needed TypeScript. We needed ESLint config Airbnb TypeScript. What? Isn't this a thing? Do they talk about this on here anywhere? We need this one too. We need both of these. And then we can extend Airbnb and Airbnb TypeScript. Honestly, I could take a spoonful of... I think I can handle a spoonful of DeBomb. I really think I could. I don't know. Should I? I don't know if I should. Because at this point, I just feel the heat. It's not like completely overwhelming. No, I don't think I should. I don't think I should. Okay, and then we need to configure our parser options. So inside of our parser options, we say project is ./tsconfig.json. Good to go. Okay, so at this point, we should have Airbnb rules. Is that it? I think that's it. And at this point, it's complaining. Yeah, and so this is the point where we could add it to the TS config. So if we add it to the TS config, then this should stop complaining. Won't break the habit if it doesn't hurt. It's true. It's true. Yeah, and at this point, it's not complaining anymore. Okay, so I think at this point, we do have at least the Airbnb config, and it should work. So, for instance, if we look in our main.tsx, it's complaining. So it's complaining, first of all, about the missing semicolons. We want that. And then this one, why is this one complaining? Yeah, then we shouldn't need the file extension. Well, actually, these days we're shifting into using the file extension. Right? Right? I don't know, but check this out. If I run ESLint fix all auto-fixable problems, it inserts the semicolon, good to go. Unexpected use of file extension. We want to disable this. And honestly, I want to figure out how to disable this because in newer apps, we actually do want the extension. So I'm gonna disable this rule. So I can just do this. And that disables the rule. Great. The other thing is we can actually run ESLint on our linter file. You can see that it's complaining about a missing semicolon, but if I run ESLint in here, it's good to go. Okay, so ESLint with the Airbnb config is ready. I think the other way to test this is, so first of all, if I run the linter here, that's fascinating. It's like a highly relative import. Why is it complaining about this? React must be in scope. Not anymore. So we're in the latest version of React, so it doesn't actually have to be. So I'm also going to disable this rule. Yeah, I love semicolons. And I honestly, I think most people in the JavaScript community do. Those that don't love semicolons are just are louder. They're louder. Missing explicit type attribute for button. That's good. That's an accessibility thing. And then count has already been declared in the upper scope. I'm also okay with that. Prev is what we'll call it. There we go. So we have all of that set up. Next up, we want to integrate. I'm lightheaded. I'm lightheaded. Next, we want to set up the prettier plugin so that way we can also get some formatting. So one thing I'll show though is like one of the rules in the ESLint Airbnb config and the Airbnb rules is like if you have a function, let's say I have like an array of numbers, and I do like a map on here, and I want to return number times 2. Quick break. Well, this is the long break. We'll do a long break after this speed run. But you can see my linter is complaining because there is no implicit return. So one of the cool things about this is it can also fix this so that it becomes an implicit return. There aren't any rules in Prettier that I know of that can actually take a function written like this and say, hey, you should have written this with an implicit return. But now my linter handles all of that for me. But what my linter doesn't help with is some of the more detailed formatting. So some of these lines are a bit longer than they should be, and like should be like on a new line and stuff like that. And Prettier is going to help with that. So at this point, we can install the Prettier plugin. So if we look at the config, let's get a Prettier config. We'll do this. We'll add a common JS file. Similarly, we have that eslint.rc.js. Now we want a prettier rc.cjs. We do this. It should have complained, but we want a 2-space tab. We want semicolons, and we want single quotes. I'm just going to reload the window. Here's the thing. I want this config file to be linted, so I'm actually going to add it. I'm going to add it here to the TS config. Right? Why is that not working? Okay, it complains about the semicolon there. It doesn't complain about this. Prettier RC. Did I spell that right? Is /.star. I think it is, because it's picking up on this file. What's happening? Yeah, I copied the file name. Why is it doing that? I guess it doesn't matter. Why is it .cjs instead of .cjs? .star. So we want a matcher for it. We want to match all files that start with dot. So this will point at hidden files? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about the fact that it's not running on this, but we have a prettier RC. They have a section in their docs integrating with linters. We want I think both the ESLint plugin prettier and ESLint config prettier. Recommended configuration is to install ESLint config prettier. And then install ESLint plugin prettier and ESLint prettier. So we have all three of those dependencies. And then now all we have to do is extend it. And this should get us the prettier rules. And I think at this point we're home free. Like, we do this. Like that. And then now if we reload, yeah, so now we get an error here because prettier is like, hey, this should actually be on a new line. And so now if I run ESLint fix all auto fixable problems, it also runs the prettier formatter combined. You'll see that if I hover over this, you can see that it's a prettier error with my ESLint config. I think we're done. That wasn't even that bad. And I don't even feel that bad after eating the bomb. I think I'm ruined. Like, I've had too much spicy stuff. So yeah, I think we're done. I think the other thing is, like, yeah, if we look in here, yeah, so this actually, with the prettier config turned off trailing commas. I don't like trailing commas either, but the reason I keep them on is because if you're working on a team, you get much better diffs with trailing commas. So, like, if one person adds a new line to a JSON object, without trailing commas, you're gonna see 2 lines changed versus just 1 line change in the diff. So with trailing commas, then you'll see specifically what changed when you're, like, working on a team. Honestly, you don't even have to be working on a team if you want to see the diff in your own code too. So we want trailing comma. Yes? What's the setting for that? Excuse me. All. We want all. It's negligible. Comma means there is more, but there's... Well, like I said, it's not indicating that there are going to be more properties. It basically makes it easier for a diff. Because check this out. So if my code looked like this, and then some other developer came along and added another property... Actually, we can show it in a diff tree. Let me show you. So this is the old one without the trailing comma, and then this is the new one where a new developer comes along and adds another property, like this. Now, if we diff these two, it's going to be that 2 lines changed. And let's actually call this diff1. So if I say select for compare... Now, in the diff, it actually shows that 2 lines changed, when in reality only 1 line changed. So what you can do, or not what you can do, but if you do trailing commas here, if the code originally looked like this and then another developer comes on and adds another property, now your diff is cleaner because it only shows the 1 line added. Like this. So now your diff shows 1 line. That's all I'm saying. It's not that... So, but what you also have to consider, Glitchy Byte, is really long lines of code. Because if you have... It's not always just going to be a single property. I don't know. I honestly, you can not use them. That's totally fine. But work on a team with a lot of developers and potentially lines changing that are more than just one single property, and you'll see the benefit. But I think it depends. It depends. I think it all depends. All right, what's wrong over here now? Oh yeah, so now if I run the linter over here, then Prettier is going to fix the formatting here. Okay. Wait, I thought I changed it to all. Hey, Steven. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, so we can also set this to lint on save, which will auto-format it. Let me make sure that my trailing commas are actually working here. Yeah, there we go. I want to see that error for a trailing comma, like that. Yeah, but the other thing you can do is if you want the linter to always run every time you save a file, you can put it in your settings. So if I create a .vs code folder, what is happening here? Create a .vs code folder. Excuse me. Inside of that, have a settings.json file, and inside of that, you can say there's like a format on save, or I think there's an ESLint format on save. I guess we don't want a format on save. Or sorry, we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to format on save. We want to fix all auto-fixable problems on save. When would there be anything after React.strict mode? There probably wouldn't. So there are some scenarios, yeah, where the trailing comma just seems weird. But when you enable trailing commas, it adds it in objects and then also on function invocations. Anybody know what the setting is? I don't think it's format on save though, is it? Because format would use Prettier. Here we go. We want the editor.code actions on save. Like that. So when we save a file, run ESLint fix all auto-fixable problems. This is so in this setting is so editor.format on save is all you need if you're only using Prettier, but if you're using Prettier with ESLint, you want this. But so I can do that, and then when I save it, now it runs it. So like we can remove that, change the imports, remove that, save it. I guess technically imports would be another error, but yeah, we did it. That actually wasn't that bad. Great work, everyone. We set everything up. Now let's just hang out. Honestly, no. I need to record a YouTube video. I want to record a video where I'm going through all of these autocomplete solutions. Had Tailwind? No thanks. Thanks. Yeah, so I actually want to do a quick summary of all of the various solutions that we came up with here. Am I a fan of strict import order? Yeah, I like it. So I like relative imports to be below like library imports. And I like there to be a space between them typically. Like, let's see if we have an example of it. And what's up, Chevy Wood? Welcome in. Yeah, like this. Like in some of my code bases, I have the rules set up where there is a space between library imports and then relative imports, and your relative imports should always come after your library imports. I like that. I don't know. I don't know. All of this stuff is opinion-based, though, because your code will work without it. Yeah. Yeah, see you later, Victoria. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. You've been here all day. Thank you very much. I do want to remove some of these console logs that we have. Angular or Riot? Yeah, I mean, I think technically I want to do it with quick too. No, I just don't. I don't have the time, right? Because it literally takes me like potentially an hour just to implement it. And by doing it with the 4 most popular ones, I think that's totally fine. I think that's totally fine. I mean, Angular's probably at the top too, but I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I wanted to record this YouTube video last week, and then we never got to it. So I want to at least do it today because we have React Solid, Svelte, and Vue. I probably should do Angular because people are going to ask about Angular. All right. If we do Angular, then I probably won't even be able to record the video until like next week, but let's do Angular. Here we go. I want to try Angular. A few lines of TypeScript are all it takes to create your first Angular app. As your app grows, you can separate the markup and code into different files. Really? Is that how they're advertising themselves now? That's pretty cool. Because it hasn't always been that way. Typically, it's like if you're building an Angular app, you start with the CLI. You start with a bunch of files. All right, we're going to create an Angular app from the command line. Yeah, Glitchy Bite, what do you got to say? And thank you again, Nick, for the subs. That came in right when I had just eaten the hot sauce. But yeah, thank you so much. That was very kind of you. I love your opinionated ways, even if they're not like mine. It means you know, you've tried, and you've decided what works for you. Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically it, right? So like, so many people that get like mad at you because you don't have the same opinion don't think about the fact that they've lived a different experience, right? So like, in my experience, the things that I've worked on have trended me towards these opinions that I have. And that's why I have them. And that's why it's like very nuanced. It can't just say use semicolons or you're bad. Use semicolons because for one, I'm used to it. I come from C-style languages. Also, like if you're depending on the JavaScript engine to insert semicolons for you, then that just seems weird. But I don't know, you know, helps others who are paralyzed by the options in the same way. Yeah, for sure. All right. Would you like to share pseudo-anonymous? Is that a word? Pseudo-anonymous usage data about this project with the Angular team. No, thank you. Would you like to add Angular routing? Now, this is just going to be a single page. Basic CSS. Here we go. Okay. So we have the Angular example. What do we get? npm start. Pseudonymous? Pseudo-anonymous. And we're running on port 4200. Great, look at that. We got an Angular app. Let's see if I can rip everything out of it, all the default stuff without looking anything up. I think I can. I've written enough code in my day to figure it out. So we've got our main entry point, main.ts. It pulls in the app module. The app module is here. The app module has the app component as its bootstrap, which I'm guessing means it renders the app component at the top level. And then if we look at the app component, it's going to be rendered on the element called approot. Use this template, use this style, and it has a title. Which means if we look at the template, they tell us, just delete it all. Oh, I didn't know Angular had inline styles. Well, not inline, but the fact that you can define the style inside the component. Are these styles scoped by default, or are these global styles? Bootstrap it with standalone? Let's do that. So that way I don't have to rip everything out. Stand alone. What's up, Codex? Welcome in. I'm doing all right. I literally had 2 of the spiciest hot sauces, and I'm feeling fine now. I have Da Bomb and Last Dab Apollo. Yeah, so I don't think it's fair to call these inline. Well, yeah, these wouldn't be inline styles. I'm guessing these are potentially scoped styles. Da Bomb was actually not as bad. We did the Last Dab first earlier today. And so this is Da Bomb Evolution, which is a natural version. It doesn't have any of the fake or like processed ingredients. I don't know. Yeah, we built this same app with Solid already. Yeah, and we're not really yet even talking about what's better. we're literally just implementing the same thing with all of these different frameworks. So I'll show you in a second what we're going to try to implement. But the dash standalone didn't seem to do the job, but that's okay. Came with tests too. That's actually really cool. We've got CSS, we've got HTML, but literally all I want is hello world inside this app component. Now, I maybe I put it in the wrong. Maybe I put the dash in the wrong place. I'm not worried about it though. I think that's literally all I needed to clear out. Yeah, was just the app component HTML. Glitchy Bite, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. The module file. Oh, so when you do standalone, it doesn't include the module file. All right, let's get this right. Honestly, let's get this right. What was the generate command? npm init Angular. Do I need to do the dash standalone here? Let's go look at their docs. Excuse me. Steven says, I work at a company with like 6 different React apps. Should we have a single prettier? I think you should have like a consistent style guide, yeah. Now, does that mean you need to set it up in a mono repo that all share the same config? Probably not. You could have like a privately hosted config that you install into all of the projects. That's probably the way to go. But yeah, I would say try to keep all your code bases consistent. Because otherwise, if your devs are jumping from one project to the other, it can be a little bit annoying. Here we go. ng generate. Oh, is it? Maybe you're thinking of. So Nick, maybe you're thinking of ng generate that has the standalone example. Yeah. How do you do that? And you could, well, honestly, so it depends on what your company is using. So, Artifactory is a tool. I've seen this used in like enterprise places. Words. ng new standalone. Okay. Do I have to install the Angular CLI globally then? What was I saying? Yeah. Well, I don't know if it is, Stephen, but all I'm saying is this is one type of solution that gives you a repository where you can keep it behind a firewall and install your packages from there. But if you're already using GitHub, GitHub actually supports private packages. So you can also do public packages. So if you want to like leave it open source. Yeah, so Artifact, like I said, I was in a very large enterprise environment that was using that tool. There are probably other cheaper self-hosted solutions. And if your company is already using GitHub, then you can use packages there. So if you didn't know it, you can actually publish like an NPM package, but to GitHub, and you can make sure that it's private so that other people can install that package. And that's the main thing, because if you don't care about other people having your config, you could literally just publish it to NPM. You could literally create a package that has like your ESLint config, your prettier config, all of that inside of a module, and then publish it to NPM, install it, and then reference it from after installing it. But if you don't want to make it completely public, then you need some private place to host your package. So yeah, Verdaccio is a way to do like self-hosting. Git has self-hosting. If you're using, I mean, I guess it depends on what your company is using. I'm sure GitLab also probably has something about packages and registries. Yeah, if you're using GitHub and you're already paying for all the private stuff, you can literally have a private package posted on GitHub, and then whenever you npm install it in a project, you just do npm install with like the URL to the GitHub repo. Yeah. Show me the CLI. I just want to see the docs on the, yeah, CLI overview and command. So I think this is what we knew, what we need. We need to, I mean, I don't want to install this globally. I will install it here. I have worked for a big company, yeah. And I've also worked at a small consultancy that consulted for big companies. But now I should be able to do npx ng new -- stand alone. What name would you like to use? Angular example. No routing. CSS. Oh, well, there already was an Angular example. Let's remove it and then try again. So I feel like the Angular docs cover a lot, but that's the issue. Like, there's so much of it. Sometimes it's hard to find the specific thing that you need. I think that's the main issue of having such extensive documentation. What do you? And Harsh has a question. What do you do when you're not able to understand something like physics? Try to approach it from another perspective, right? So, if you went to your physics class and your professor covered a topic that you didn't understand, look up a YouTube video or look up some articles online. Basically, try to find that same information presented in some other way. If that still doesn't help, you might need to get a tutor of some kind. So find somebody that knows the topic well and see if they can give you some more individualized instruction. But typically what works best for me is to just figure out the content in my own way, because a lot of times what's covered in a degree or by a professor isn't everything that you need. All right, so now we have a new Angular app with -- standalone. Let's see. Yes, there's no module, and it's good. It's good. It's just one component with standalone set to true. We figured it out. Thanks, Nick. And at this point, we can just say hello world, like that. Then we have no CSS, etc. Some people think that more text equals good docs. Yeah, it depends. I think the main issue is like most people just want to get up and going. And if they have to look through such extensive documentation, it can be really cumbersome to get through. So yeah. So what was the module? A module contains other components and like other pieces of your app. So your app can actually be composed of multiple modules. In our case, now we don't have a module, it's just a top-level component. What city would you most recommend for a dev in America? America's huge. America is so big. So I don't have a good answer for you, but I will give you some context. So this is the United States. I live somewhat in the middle here in Denver, Colorado. If you're on the edges of the United States, typically the cost of living is much higher. So, West Coast, think like Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, all of those cities on the West Coast, really expensive. East Coast, cities over there are also really expensive as well. So you have like New York City, even like Florida, even though it's like the South, a lot of times the South United States is actually like cheaper cost of living. However, Florida is not, because you've got like Orlando and Miami, and those are actually pretty high cost of living cities. So, but then honestly, like the Carolinas and Georgia maybe aren't as high cost of living. So yeah, that's the thing to think about. Like depending on where you are in the U.S., your salary is going to be different because you can work if you live in San Francisco and work at a tech company that does really well. You could probably make like $200,000-$300,000 a year, but your cost of living is extremely high. You're paying like $4,000 or $5,000 a month in rent, so like it balances out. And so like in Colorado, I would say the average like senior dev salary in Colorado is probably It's much less because the cost of living is like a little bit lower here. It's honestly, it's getting worse though. Like it's actually, no, it's not 900. It's probably, I mean, I would say like probably under 200K. Like most dev jobs, senior dev jobs that I've seen in Colorado probably don't go over even like 150. So yeah, entry level is probably like 65 and then like 200K on the higher end. But like I said, if you're working in California, you could be making like $300,000 a year or more, depending on, yeah, no, and that's the other thing you could potentially do is work remotely in one of the lower cost of living states for a company that's based on the East or the West Coast. But what companies have been started doing is they've been changing their salaries to match the cost of living of where you live. Yeah, they're cracking down on it. So like if you live in Colorado and you're working remotely for a company in San Francisco, they're going to try to pay you less. They're going to say, well, your cost of living is lower, so in a competitive market, we would pay X dollars compared. So the answer is it really depends. So honestly, I would, and these days, because so many companies are remote, honestly, just pick a place in the US that you like living the most and then just work remotely for some company. I live in Colorado and I like it a lot. I've lived in a lot of places. I've lived in New York City. I've lived in Seattle. I've lived in Houston, Texas. I've visited all over, and I really, really, really like Colorado. It's my favorite place. So that's where I would go. But yeah, and then like if you're trying to move to like a lower cost of living but still a cool place, I've heard of Austin, Texas is really great because Austin, Texas is very liberal and like forward thinking, whereas the rest of the South United States is typically more conservative. It's like this little pocket of liberalism. And typically like when you're looking at the coasts, like especially like the West Coast, that's actually like way more liberal. Yeah, no, and exactly, Codex. Like, it's as liberal as it can be because it's still in a mostly conservative state. So, yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. I think Mr. and Mrs. Lama, I think you were the one that asked that. The original question was, What city would you most recommend for a dev in America? I would say pick the place you like the most with all the things that you like to do, and then work remotely for, for any company. And what about Nevada? I guess it's like, what's going on in Nevada? I feel like you have Las Vegas, but that's about it. I don't know. Yeah. Reno in Las Vegas. I don't know. It gets really hot there as well. I think that's the other thing is like South United States just gets so hot. Parts of California just like are awesome. The weather's beautiful all year round. Colorado gets really cold in the winter, sort of hot in the summer. I like the snow though. Growing outside of Vegas, no income tax. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. New Mexico in like Area 51. Do I think the job market will ever go back to only company jobs, or you think working from home is here to stay? No, I think it'll be a mix because you can see a lot of companies that went fully remote are now trying to go back for whatever reason. I think it's misguided. I think some managers don't know how to manage. They feel like they need to be more hands-on when in actuality, like I'm pretty sure there are metrics out there of like when the pandemic hit and when companies went fully remote, like productivity actually soared, actually went way up. But they had less eyes on, so they don't realize it. I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know. The answer is actually really tricky because the United States is massive. I think that's really all I wanted to say. Is that, like, it's so big. It is so big. Wait. Can I not just go to like Apple Maps? There we go. I can open Apple Maps on DuckDuckGo. But yeah, okay, look how big the US is. It's like literally the entire side. It's bigger than just like Europe. So it's like, even though this is one country, the customs, the culture, everything is just different all across the US. So it's hard to pinpoint one spot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's what's cool about Colorado. I think it's slowly changing, but for a while, Colorado, it was one of the U.S. states with the least amount of obesity. Because people are so active and there's so much to do. Yeah, let's check out the true size of. That's not it. The true size? Look at that. So the United States is literally as big as Europe. I mean, and you can almost think about it that way. Like Europe is full of culture and countries and everything else. Like US doesn't have as much culture, but it is very different all across it. But yeah. All right, let's get back to writing some Angular code. Technically, that counts as a break. We were supposed to take a break. That was our break. We talked about stuff. Will I go to Japan with you? I was potentially... Oh, no. Maybe next year. I might be going next year. I don't know. I'd love to go because I want to IRL stream over there. But here's what we got to do. We'll create a little to-do. We'll put it in the README. We'll create it in a to-do. This is what we need to do in the Angular app. First up, we need to set up Pico CSS. So Pico, Pico CSS is a CSS framework that just works. So we're gonna add it, and I think it's okay to just add in the main index.html. So like right here, I can link Pico, and now I should get, if I make sure it's started up, There we go. So now we get some basic styles here. It's not a framework. It's defaults. It's defaults. So I mean, you can think of it like Bootstrap, but you don't have to specify any classes. So for instance, if you want a form that looks like this, you literally just put a form, labels, inputs. It all gets styled automatically. So we're using that so we don't have to worry about the styles. Let's put it in a parent container though. So in Angular, our components typically get their own folder. So like every component is in a folder, and every component has some styles, some templates, and then the actual component code. In this case, we're just putting everything in the app component. But in the component template, we can wrap this in a section that has a class of container. And that's like one of the one classes in Pico that gives it this. It's called Pico. Yeah, that link. Check that link out. Okay, we got Pico set up. Great work. Now we need get autocomplete results. We're just going to copy that out from our previous examples. So this is a function that calls our tree suggestion API and then gives us back an array of results. So we just want that to exist over here. Now, technically, in Angular, you might put this in a service or something like that. For now, I'm just going to create a file called get autocomplete results. I'll rename it to get autocomplete results.ts. But I think I technically can call this directly inside of my component, but the Angular way would be to put this logic in a service that then makes that data available, makes this call available. We'll do that when we get there. But we've got styles, we've got that. Let's implement the UI. So inside of our component, we want a form. Okay. And then we want a label that we'll get there. We want a label that says tree, and then we want an input where the user can type in the tree that they want. Okay, so I want to type like elm tree, and then I want to see results below. So at this point is where we need to learn potentially about services, but you all can tell me. So anybody in the chat that does a lot of Angular, what's the best way to go about this? Because I think technically in my component, so because this is a class, technically I can have a method on here, like, and actually we can have suggestions. So suggestions starts off as an empty array. We can say this is an array of string, like that, and it starts off as empty. We also could have like a loading variable, and we could have an error variable. So components are typically class with properties, and then we might have a what did I just do? Oh, did I close it? No. We might have a method that can get new items, but I think one of the things we want to do is we want to listen for changes to the input. So I need to figure out how do we bind this input to some property in our component. So the tree starts off as empty, but we want to make it so that when I'm typing in this input box here, it's actually updating this property behind the scenes. So how do we do that? Let's look at the docs. But typically it was in my Angular days. I know this was vbind or something like that. ng model. Yeah, you're totally right. ng model. Is it freezing? Is what freezing? The best way is a form control? Let's look into it. Tracks the value and validation status of an individual form control. No. Disagree. I'm not going to use that. I want this. Oh, ng model uses a form control under the hood. ng model equals name control ng model. Excuse me. See you later, Origin. Thank you for hanging out. Do I need this hash control thing? Like, if I just say the model is tree, and then can I, like, render it out below? Is that it? Can't bind to ng model since it isn't a known property of input. Control is a template variable. Oh, do I need to add? Yeah, I need to add a dependency on my like app, right? Yeah, or the form module. Do I import it here in the app component? Okay. The ceremonious boilerplate. I also, so here, I guess here's the issue with the docs, right? The docs are amazing, tells me everything, but where in here about ng model does it say you need to add Angular forms? Forms overview. All right. Import form control, but we're not using form control. Form control is better? Is it though? I just want an ng model. So I think here's the other thing, right? So like, obviously Angular probably has its ways of doing things, but I actually want to replicate the way we do it in all of these other examples in the easiest way. Let me do a thing really quick. In the most similar way possible. Because in all of these examples, in Svelte, Vue, and Solid, and React, we technically have a single state variable that is bound to an input. That's what I want to replicate in Angular. I know Angular might have other things for it, but oh yeah, okay, I get. I think so. I remember doing this. We want that, and then I literally just add it to the imports here. But where in the docs is that? Where in the docs does it tell me to do that? Dependency injecting? Doesn't matter. Kind of just have to know. I guess I was looking at ng model earlier, wasn't I? Oh, so the fact that it is exported from forms module tells me that this is something that I need to declare a dependency on. Okay. Cool. So now that we have this as in our imports, this should just work. So this binds to the tree property on our component, and then we should render the value there. Let's try it. Or not. If ng-model is used within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set or the form control must be defined as standalone in ng-model options. The name is tree. All right. We're almost there. It works. Okay. Honestly, I think this is why a lot of people don't like Angular. Like there's just so much. There's so much to set up just to get this. Whereas if you remember Angular 1, Angular 1.6 or whatever, you just use vModel. Right? You just use vModel, it starts working. Now I get it though. The larger your, like the bigger your application gets, you get used to this, and I think that's also why it was talking about, it gave us that error with the name and stuff like that. I get it. For larger applications, great. For little one-off examples like this, it really, it's a lot just for wanting to do one little thing, right? Literally all we wanted to do was bind an input to some component property. And yeah, and you're totally right, Yakubi. And I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? In a larger code base, you would probably just be using a form management tool. And in like React, they have separate libraries for that. But like in Angular, you instead would be using the form control. So you wouldn't have to bind all of these manually. I get it. I get it. Okay. Yeah. All right, here we go. We've done it. We've bound the input. Now, is it possible for me to do a thing when this input value changes? Right? So basically what I want is behind the scenes, I want to call my API to get some suggestions when the value changes. I want some kind of watcher. ng on init. ng on changes. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, this might be with the way to go too. Is like if we use this on input method, so like do something like get suggestions, which is a method. We'll just say getting suggestions. I think, does this pass the event? Because if this is the case, then we probably don't even need to bind it here, right? So if we don't use tree right there, and instead we just say on input get suggestions. Can I get access to the event? Yeah, that makes sense too. This can go away now. So this gives us the target. I guess if we combine it, if we do both, then now it's binding the value, which means in here we could do this.tree to give us the value inside of here. Yeah, so whatever the value is now, we're binding it so we get access to it in here. Is this the right way to do it though? Because technically we could get access to the event. Wait. What was I logging earlier? Honestly, this might be the way to go though. So like instead of binding it, we just access it from the event. Is this actually an input event though? This is literally just an Angular event. Event.target is possibly null. Value does not exist on type event target. Are you sure about that? Use $sign event in the template, and then it will just know. So in the template, I have $sign event. And then over here, I could put it as any, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to get it right. We want the input event. Yeah, they they use the any type in this example. Keyboard event? What's the event type? That's really all I want to know. It is interesting that the TypeScript settings are so strict that we can't have implicit any's. Any Angular devs in the chat, what is the best way to write an input event handler in here? So, like, technically, are we saying that this is an event? Like, capital E event? Or is it a keyboard event? Is it a keyboard event? Yeah, and then it's saying not. So event is not assignable to type keyboard event. So this is actually just an event. Okay. But if we look at it, it has a target. And then we can cast the target. So we can say event.target as an HTML input element. And then we can access the value. Like that. Cool. So, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But we can let's do this like that. That's how the docs show it. Great. I'm glad we figured it out. So, we grab the value, and I guess at this point we could destructure value from it if we know what it is, and then we need to use this to say get autocomplete results with value, and we need an abort controller. Can I make this async? Hope so. And then we can log the results. Okay, I know this is potentially not the Angular way to do this, but check it. So when the input changes, we are going to call the API and get the results back. Now, we're not debouncing yet. We're not debouncing, but now if I type the letter A, excuse me, calls the API, gets back all the things that have the letter A. If I type multiple letters, we're now going to get back both requests. So one for the search AS and then ASH. And then if I search for E, and then L, and then M, it's going to make all three requests. And we don't want that, so this is the point where we introduce debouncing. Like, don't make the request unless things have changed for a certain amount of time. Now, any Angular people can tell me, is this something that you potentially would do? Because, I mean, honestly, what we could do at this point is we could literally assign it. We could say suggestions equals the results here, and then show it in the UI. So at this point, we need a for loop, an ng4. How does ng4 work? Like this. So we want an article for suggestion in suggestions. Do we want a track by function? I hope we don't. So that works well enough, but you actually see the bug in the UI where, because we're making multiple requests, it's like replacing it multiple times. We don't want that. Create a service that returns the observable and use the RxJS operator to debounce it. Honestly, that would make sense. So, like, if you're using Angular, you're typically using RxJS, and do they have a built-in debounce? Do we already get RxJS, or do I have to install it separately? Yeah, and what's up, CM Griffin? Welcome in. You can use a Lodash decorator and debounce any method on a class. Which means I could basically leave. What you're saying, CM Griffin, is I could use this as is, but just add a debounce decorator, and then it would just work. That's what you're saying? Okay. But what Cito is saying is we need a service that returns an observable. So a service that gives us an observable to the list of results. Is that accurate? It sounds too good to be true. Well, the thing is, I don't want to install Lodash debounce. How is Angular different from React? The dev experience is like completely different. Okay. Before we get all of that going, let me do my other stuff too. So we should have a loading variable. So when it changes, we'll say this.loading is true. And then after that, this.loading is false. And then technically we should wrap this in a try catch. And if there was an error that wasn't an abort error, I'm actually going to copy this from a React example. Which dev experience do you prefer? Right now? If I probably React. I think the main issue with Angular is you really don't see the benefits until your application starts to get bigger. And for a lot of people, like, they're very short-sighted. They can't see into the future to see how complex their app is going to get. So they just choose something that seems easier right now. But Angular seems like it's the choice because eventually most apps are going to get complex. Most apps are going to be complex. So it's like short-term gains in simplicity with other things versus like long-term issues. Where I guess, I don't know if that's the best way to put that. Yeah, something like this. That should work, and then we'll render that out. Yeah, so using RxJS will be interesting. How does it help the long term? It forces you to structure your app in a more reusable way. It also kind of forces you to, doesn't force you to do testing, but it's set up so that it's actually really easy to test from the beginning. And also everything is consistent. Pretty much every Angular app you get dropped into, if you've worked in another Angular app, you probably are familiar enough to be able to pick it up. The situation with React is very different because React is so unopinionated. Every React app you come across potentially is using different dependencies for state management or different dependencies for validation or managing forms. And so every React app, you kind of have to get up to speed on the specific React stack that one app is using. Whereas in Angular land, all the Angular stuff is the same. Now, that said, you still can technically do it different ways because like I implemented it this way and everyone in the chat is like, use a service, you use RxJS. So we're going to do that next. But as someone that doesn't code in RxJS and doesn't code in Angular, this is how I would have implemented it. And this probably seems to work, but I think one of the reasons you extract something like this into a service is, did I say Next.js? I didn't mean to. RxJS. But the reason you extract this into a service is because there are going to potentially be multiple places in your application that all need that data. And by extracting it into a service, it's basically just good code hygiene. You have now a single source of truth, a single place to manage all that complexity. And services give you that. No, RxJS is reactive extensions to JavaScript. So yeah, it's reactive programming. JSX is JavaScript extensions to XML. That's just more of a syntax. Yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I want to show the error in the UI. Okay, so if there was an error, we'll show it. Let's copy our example from React. So this is what we want, sort of. Right here. I'm guessing we're just going to do a basic inline style like this. Like that. But we want to conditionally render this error. I know there's an ngIf. I don't know how to use it. Star ngIf. So only show this if error has a value. The other thing we'll do is we want a loading spinner. So the progress component is, or progress element is just built into Pico. So if loading is true, show the loading spinner. Only void, custom, and foreign elements can be self-closed. That makes sense. Oh, just don't close it. Right? Unexpected closing tags section. What did I do wrong? All right. Can I not do that? What did I do wrong before? Okay. So yeah, you're right, Codex. I think I put the slash in the wrong area. Okay, but now if I search for something, it's loading, and then we get the results. But you can see because I'm not debouncing, it literally got the results for E, for EL, and then finally ELM. And then now we have a built-in error trigger. So if I search for boom, you can see the debounce. We need to fix the debouncing and cancellation issue. But if I search for boom, it shows that error. And then we need to clear the error anytime we start this. Clear the error. And honestly, I mean, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna implement it in here as I know how to do, honestly as a JavaScript developer, because this code here at this point is just JavaScript. This has nothing to do with any framework. So we're gonna do the set time. We're gonna debounce it right now. Let's debounce it. So we have a timeout ID. We clear that timeout anytime this thing changes. And then we set that timeout here. We can make it async. Yeah, the types are weird here. So this is a Node.js timeout. How I said it's a null. I guess I'll do this, but this is just it's a number. It's a number. It's a number. I'm gonna force it to be a number. Conversion of timeout to number might be a mistake. It's not a mistake. You're a mistake. Okay. So we have the timeout ID. We clear it. And this actually is this basically gives us debouncing, right? So every time the input changes, we set the timeout, but the next time it changes, we clear the previous timeout. So this actually should give us debouncing, and now it won't make the API request unless we've stopped typing for 1 whole second. So right, I can type all day long, and it doesn't do anything. But if I stop typing for at least a second, it makes the request. So like now I can do E, L, M really slowly, but then it only makes 1 request for Elm. Let's see it from the beginning. So E, L, M, and then it fires off the request to get it. Yeah. Always learn to never use timeouts in programming. It depends. It depends. You don't want to use timeouts to solve asynchronous issues. But in this case, a timeout makes sense to do the debouncing. Thank you, Fatsy. If we do window.setTimeout, it has the right return type. Yeah, we're using fetch inside that function that we're calling. Cool. So honestly, I think we've kind of, at this point, we also need to abort the previous controller because that's one thing we haven't solved. So check it out. If we search for something and then it fires off the request and then we immediately search for something else, it made both of those requests, right? So let me get it right real quick. So if I search for Ash and then it fires off the request and then I search for Elm immediately, we actually only want to see the results for Elm. But as you can see, these results for Ash came through. So that's where we need to actually cancel the request. And that's where this abort controller comes into play. We'll make it a property on the thing. Here. But basically every time it runs, if there was one, we'll cancel it. We'll abort it. and then make it a new one. So abort the previous request if it was in progress. That should do it though. What? Line 29. Oh yeah, this should be this dot. Yeah, so now you can see it actually behind the scenes canceled the request for Ash when I started typing Elm. So we're handling the cancellation as well. Okay. We've got this, we got that, we got the loading indicator, we see the suggestions, we see the error. We need to clear the suggestions and error when the filter is cleared. We're already doing that. We're debouncing and we're aborting. Now we're gonna spend an hour trying to figure out how to do this the Angular way. One thing I want to do though to get it on par with the other examples is to show some text in the UI when there are no suggestions. So like in the React example, yeah, if there is no filter value, we say type to see suggestions. I guess the thing is we don't even have a debounced value, but we can set it. We can actually have that. So by default, debounced value is the empty string. And then finally, whenever this timeout runs, here we can set the debounced value. And that's going to be value like that. So if we have a debounced, if we don't have a debounced value, say type to see suggestions. Yeah, the VOD will be here immediately after the stream, and it'll be over on YouTube 2 days from now. Yep, check out the Coding Garden archive. And then this has an ngIf. If there's no error and there is a debounced value and suggestions.length is equal to 0 and we are not loading, say no suggestions to display. So this should do it. Okay. So by default it says type to see suggestions, and then if I search for something, now it's loading. Now we see the results. If I search for something that's not found, it should say no suggestions to display. And then the last thing is we should clear out the suggestions array before resetting it. So like right here, we'll say clear it out. All right, I think we've reached feature parity. Honestly, did we do that right? Feels weird. Okay. Which of the solutions would I prefer most? Probably the svelte example is the most elegant, I think. I'll try to talk about that when we're done with all this. But yeah, if, honestly, the coolest looking, I think the coolest looking one is the svelte example using their await component. We implemented it in multiple ways with svelte, but check this out. With svelte, literally, it's like the only code we needed to write was to keep track of the debounced value and then to abort if it was bounced. Everything else is just all handled in the template. So we literally say await this value, which calls the API, and while we're waiting, show the progress bar. If it's successful, we get back an array of suggestions, render them out. If there was an error, show this error, and otherwise show the fact that they need to type the suggestion. So Cody says, I do not like that. I liked it. So the fact that there's less logic in the script and it's all kind of just handled in the template is actually, it's really, honestly, really clean. Because this await syntax basically gives you all of the things that you typically need when you're dealing with API requests. You get your loading, you get your error, you get your results, all the stuff that you typically have to do manually, right? So if you look at the React solution, if you're not using an external library, you have to do all of it manually. Like we literally have a variable for the filter, a variable for the error, a variable for loading, a variable for the suggestions, and we have to do the work of manually setting all of those things, whereas that we already, yeah, we did it last week. We already did the Vue solution, and I like Vue is pretty cool too because it's especially with the most latest syntax and like the script setup, it almost looks like just regular plain old JavaScript here, and then we're like using the so like this is closer to the React example because we are manually managing all of the variables. We have all the stuff, but we do have to manually set everything and kind of like manage everything. But at the end of the day, like in the real world, you probably would be using TanStack query, which gives you this functionality, right? It handles the loading and the error and everything else. And it would be a little less cumbersome if we were using an external library. But I don't know. Honestly, though, the solid one that we just figured out with createResource was pretty slick as well. Yeah, React query, which is now known as TanStack query. But yeah, solid. We finally got this one working. With. Wait. Okay, no, we got it working. With createResource. createResource is built into SolidJS, and this gives us back this thing which has loading and error, and it's a getter for the actual value. So the solid solution we came up with using createResource is also pretty fancy because we're using this switch statement. And basically we're saying there are only certain things we want to show in the UI. So depending on the state of everything, match the corresponding thing and only render that. That's the solid way if you use createResource. If you don't use createResource with solid, then it's a lot more similar to React because we have all of this like conditional rendering. But I like the switch. I do like the switch, but this is solid without switch. This is solid with a conditional render. All of that to say, we need to do it the Angular way now. Because here's the thing. I just implemented it with Angular, right? So we've got our template here, we've got our component here, and then all of the logic is just handled in this one function. But this isn't the Angular way. The Angular way is to use a service, to use RxJS. So we'll try to do that next. I don't like that. Oh. I know why. We don't always want to set loading to false. We only want to set loading to false if this wasn't canceled. I could do jQuery. Right here, right now. But what am I doing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to only set loading to false. Yeah, this. So if it wasn't an abort error, set loading to false. That's what we need here. So here, technically, we do this and we do this. That should fix that weird UI thing where it's like It's loading, and then it cancels, and then it cancels, and then it's still loading behind the scenes because it's waiting on that one. Great. Great. Okay. Now, help me. Please help me. So first of all, if I were to look at the Angular docs, does it have anything on RxJS, or does it point me to the RxJS docs? Excuse me. HTTP client. Oh, I guess that's another point. So like technically right now, our code is just using fetch, right? It's just using fetch right here. We should be using the HTTP service. I'm reading the chat. I see it. What do I see? Oh, okay, thanks. Listen, Codex, I've been doing other things. Type ahead suggestions. Observables can simplify the implementation of type ahead suggestions. Typically, a type ahead has to do a series of separate tasks. Listen for data from an input. We're doing that. Trim the value. Sure. Debounce. Yes. Don't send a request if the value stays the same. That's already handled. Cancel ongoing AJAX requests. These are all the things we're implementing. And Angular apparently has a way to do it with our RxJS. No flippin' way. It can't. There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, what's up, Stoney? I know for those of you joining late, you don't realize, but I literally ate some of the spiciest hot sauce earlier today. I'm honestly doing pretty good, even though I did that. Handle the data. This is too easy. Wait. I'm not gonna. No. You can't be serious. There's no way that I use get element by ID inside of my Angular component. There's no way. Somebody help me out. There's got to be a way to tap into like an element ref or something like that. And let's actually let's save this one. We're going to call it nothing special. Because this is just doing it the standard JS way. And then this is where we want to go and implement, which honestly looks super simple. We want view child. Canceling an ongoing request. How does that work under the hood? No, it just uses abort controller. So abort controller is newer in the browser API, but basically in your fetch requests, you can pass in an abort signal in the options. And if that signal got aborted, the browser will kill that fetch request. That's basically all that's happening. You don't need to do get element by ID. Just trigger your service function when you type in input and add the logic to this observable to debounce. I guess we don't want to do from event. Where does Ajax? So Ajax comes from RxJS Ajax. Oof, okay. That's fine. Before that, we need a service. Tell me about services. we go. ng generate service suggestions. And then we'll tell it skip the tests. Okay, that generated a single file. Inside of our app, we get the suggestions service. Fascinating. Now, add static data to the new service. Now, at this point, we just want a function that returns the get suggestions with a specific query, which is a string. And that's where we can take this logic. And then we need to pass in a signal here. We'll call it an abort signal because this is not the signal that you've recently heard of. Okay. So get suggestions will return the list from the API. It's probably not what I want though. And at this point, I also probably want HTTP client. I think one of the things is we don't want to use fetch here. We kind of want to write this logic ourselves. Like this. Yeah, use HTTP client to make the GET request. So let's do that. I'm going to leave this tab open, but show me how to use HTTP client. They're making a backend server. We don't need that. Wait, this is just using fetch. Why is their tutorial just using fetch? Docs? Guide? HTTP? Before working with the HTTP client module, you should have a basic understanding. Great. So, very similar to how earlier we had to add the form module, we do the same thing in our app component. Or do we do it in the service? Does this have an imports? So we do it in the app module. Okay. Did this pre-register our service? Right here. Yeah, I get it. So in the component here. So we've got that. now, inside of our service, we want access to. See you later, Oscar. Thank you for hanging out. Inside the service, we want to get access to it. So this, my friends, excuse me, is dependency injection. We put it in our constructor, we declare a dependency on it, and now we can get access to it. This.http.get. How do you do the new way? Does it tell me here? Because this is just putting it in the constructor. Is there an @inject thing? Can you send me a link to the docs, Saito? Because I don't know what to do here. I mean, honest, I don't mind just putting it in the constructor. I really don't. Like this. But if you can send me an example, I will gladly use it. Okay. But now that we do this, we do get access to this.http, and we can call get, which is going to return a string array. And we pass in this. And that returns an observable string array. Cool. Thanks, Codex. Overkill monorepo? Is that an example that you have? That's really funny. Oh. I don't like this. I like just putting it in the constructor, right? Because if I just specify it on the constructor, good to go. Otherwise, I'd have to do a this dot. Oh, I see. I'm okay with this. Yeah, this is fine. Like that. Cool. Now, does... I can call it HTTP. Does this.http accept a signal? Like, how do I pass the signal into the HTTP client? What's up, Juicy Delicious? Glad to see ya. Options. Yeah, I've heard of Udemy. I haven't taken any courses on there, but there's some good stuff on there. Is it not cancelable? Angular, HTTP client, abort controller. Yeah, it's to cancel the previous API request. Is RxJS going to handle that for us? Is that what you're saying? Like with the where was it? Not that. Not that. I lost it. Cool. Yeah, I guess it will. Yeah, that's what I'm not familiar with. Okay, so if I don't need a board controller anymore, we'll handle with RxJS. And I think I had some copy pasted code somewhere. This whole thing here. Somehow we want to use this on the HTTP GET. Like, technically this is an observable, so we could actually do we could do the pipe here. Well, I guess I don't want to do that. I guess technically I wouldn't use HTTP client. I would use Ajax, right? Because technically this is the thing that I want to make the request to. Okay, if I'm gonna do that, can I do... Can I do like a create observable or something? Like I wanna pipe on query. Did I just... No, I'm done. I'm done for today. I'm not gonna do another spicy thing. Did I literally just ignore the timer? No. No, look, Sullivan distracted me. Because they're new to the stream and they don't realize that this is literally the 7th time I've implemented this. And if they watched last week's stream, they can see where we implemented the backend, which sanitizes this query input because we would have been vulnerable to a regular expression denial of service. We don't want that. And Sido, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. You're helping out and you're giving prime. I appreciate it. All right. First of all, what is the switch map? Wait, how did this just pop up if I canceled my break timer? I don't think I did, right? Right? I don't know how to do this. Deep. What do I need to pipe here? Honestly, Saito, if you could just send me the code, that'd be great. Because I don't know how to pipe the query into the debounce. I mean, you don't have to send me the code. Walk me through it step by step, please, because this is my first time with RxJS. I don't even know what to search for. Ultimately, what we're doing is we kind of need this to be an observable, and namaste geek. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. From fetch. Well, I don't want that because I want to use Angular's HTTP. I want to do this. What does this return? This returns an operator function. Let me just look at the debounce. Docs. Yeah, the issue with calling this directly is that we can't cancel the requests. So we need to use their switch map, I think. Yeah, I think that's the issue is we need to pass it an event and then pipe it in. Like over here, we want to call it. So we probably have like a constructor that calls from event. And we don't want click. We want it from the element ref. My service should just do one thing, the get call. Okay, so honestly, that's actually all that needs to happen is this in the service. The service literally just does this. Okay, now all of our RxJS stuff is going to happen in the component. Okay, so we'll start there. Now, I don't want to click on the document. I want an input event on the component. So on here, I need a reference to this element so that way I can listen for events on it. See you later, Codex. Thank you for hanging out. So how do I do that? How do I get a reference to this input so that I can pass it in right here? View child. I don't know what a view child is. We'll have to look into it. But yeah, I think you're totally right. On this service, it doesn't even need to be async. It just does the thing. Because then technically this returns an observable. Great. We need to look up view child. Create an observable from your input value with from event. Oh, can I just pass the event in? No, I have to pass in the target. No, because this adds an event. Yeah, that's basically what I'm asking, Saito. How do I make this an observable? Because right now in our component, we have this input event here. I don't want that. I want to bind the input event in my codes here. If I were in React, I would create a ref to the element, and then I could be able to pass in the element directly. From the example in the Angular docs, I mean, they technically were doing this, like document get elements by name at 0. Like this is how, okay, so like let me just do this because no one is helping in the chat. not to call you out, but like people are saying use this, but you're not being very helpful. So this is inputs. We then want to pipe that event, and then we subscribe to it, but actually we pipe it, and then this is where we can actually do the stuff we were doing earlier in that example that we found, where here we can say, what is it? Switch map. And we need to now inject our suggestions service. Like this? Yeah. This... I need that example from earlier. I lost it. This. Switch map, it gives us the term, and then we have the subscribe. Okay, I just needed this as a reference, because basically switch map takes in a callback that gives us the current value, which should be a string. No, it's an event. Okay. We can take that event. Honestly, if I'm already getting a reference to the element, we do this. And Mewtwo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I am in Angular land for the first time in years. Welcome in. But actually, we're I don't know if you saw this, but I'm basically taking the thing that you did a few months back and implementing it with multiple frameworks. The autocomplete UI. Yeah, see you later, Michu. See you later. But basically, I re-implemented your autocomplete UI in React, but then we re-implemented it in Solid and Svelte and Vue, and now we're trying to do Angular. But everyone should definitely go watch this video that Michu did, if you haven't yet. Yes, yours. I've been working on this for so long though, because so last week we did it with React, Angular. With React, Svelte, and Vue, and then we got like a partial solid solution, and then today we got a better solid solution that's using createResource, and then now because so many people asked for it, we're trying to do it with Angular. Angular is a beast though. Yeah. I'll try, but I want to make it a YouTube video so it'll be like nice and short. But yeah, you gotta go. I'll see you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'm CJ. This is the Coding Garden, and I'm high off of hot sauce. I've literally earlier I got in trouble with chat, so I had to do the last dab, and then I got in trouble again, so I had to do the bomb. And I'm honestly feeling all right now. At this point, I'm just trying to learn RxJS with Angular. Because RxJS is reactive extensions to JavaScript. So this gives you observables and ways of like watching values. And so we implemented an Angular version that's like not the Angular way, right? So we've got debouncing, we've got aborting, we've got all this stuff, and this is just the non-Angular way. But now we're trying to make it the Angular way, and I think we're close. And if you hear me burping, that's why. Because of the though, do we need a DOM reference though? I see. This is an HTML input element. No, okay, never mind. We want the event. Because we can do event.currentTarget as an HTML input element and grab its value. Like that. Whew, okay. Yeah, and then this would just be event, like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just a second, Shido. I think I'm gonna figure it out, and then I'll go from there. Because if we selected the input on the page, we're listening to input events and debouncing it, and then switch map should cancel the request if it's already called it. Then we can subscribe to that data, and when we have that data, we set it on our results. And so here, data should be an array of string. It is. Beautiful. So here we can say this dot suggestions equals data, like that. Okay. At that point, we don't need that function anymore. We also don't need the timeout or the abort controller. And do we get an on error? What can I do if my function throws an exception? And also, how do I know when it's loading? Would this be the way to do it? This is a pipe? Am I functional programmer now? I mean, so this is one way, but if we use tap, that's kind of what I want to do here, where it's like just in the middle here, this dot loading is true. Like this. And then I don't need to do that. It's an easier way of doing that. And then we set the data, and then this dot loading is false, like that. Am I using monads? Listen, I think that's the issue about RxJS, is there's so much prior knowledge you potentially need to even be able to use all of this stuff, or even understand what it's doing. Like, I don't know what a monad is. I don't know all this functional stuff. All right. Now, in our component, we have our input. I think the one thing we need now is how do we handle errors? But for now, let's see if does this do what we expect. It's just a monoid in the category of an endofunctoid. Come on. Why don't you know that already? Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense, Nick. And that's what we saw in the original example. They mapped it to get just the string value itself. Yeah. No provider for HTTP client. You kidding me? Right there. How about now? Okay, I have to use the restroom. When I come back, I want a step-by-step explanation of how to fix this error. Can you all do that for me? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to set it in the app config. Import providers. Man. Oh, I see. So I specified it on the component imports, but I also need to specify it here. Can't access property if add event listener target is undefined. That makes sense. That makes sense because in our component code, I am trying to just select this element when the app starts up, and it hasn't mounted yet. So this gets into the idea of using view child. Yeah, this makes sense, Cyrus, but their docs didn't make sense. Import view child. I want... And then on the input, I need to give it a name. Tree. And now those two link up. I'll be right back. This is weird. I mean, this is probably why I wouldn't go with Angular. It's like there's just so much Angular specific stuff, and it's like this is nothing like getting a ref to an element in React or Vue or Svelte. I mean, I'll have to look at the docs for it, but I guess I was looking at the page for view child. I think we're on it right now. I'm a competent developer. I've been doing this a very long time, and this page does not give me an example of what I want to do. Like I want to get a ref to an element in my template. This is all on one line? Is that actually valid to put that all on one line? That seems like invalid syntax. And also, I don't see an example of that here. I see as a prop. I see. That's what Shido is trying to tell me. This is not a decorator here. This goes here. Great. Tree has no initializer, is not definitely assigned in the constructor. Well, how do I do that? Do I want it to be static? I definitely want ng after view init, because after view init, so not in the constructor. So the constructor needs its thing, but I need after the view has initted, then we should get access to that element. I don't think it would, Shido. Because it's literally like, it's like 2 lines in React. It's like, I feel like there's just so much Angular specific stuff in Angular, but in React, the only new things are like use effect and use state. Everything else is just, I don't know. Okay, this dot. This will not be null. And then right here, I should be able to do this dot tree. Yeah, or not. What does it say? Dot native element. Great. But now event is unknown. This is where we could use map. There we go. All right. Does it work? Property tree has no initializer and is not definitely assigned in the constructor. How do I assign it in the constructor? Element ref. Renderer 2. Exclamation mark after tree? All right, moment of truth. Fascinating. If we look at the network, though. No, so it didn't cancel the previous request. Okay, let's fix our template though, because here we say type 2C suggestions. We now actually we don't have a debounced value. We could set it though. Because that is a string, yeah. Now we have a debounced value. Makes the API request, we get the response, great. And basically this tap is where we can reset everything. Like here we can say, we're about to make a request, so clear the error, clear the suggestions, fire off the request. Excuse me. Now, is this where I potentially would use Ajax from RxJS? Because it handles the cancellation? This one instead of using Angular HTTP? Because it looks like Angular HTTP isn't cancelable, and that's kind of what I need to do right here. See you later, Brom. Let's see. This .input.native element. Yeah. Well, Ajax is just built into RxJS. It's probably using fetch under the hood. But this returns an observable. Okay. We have multiple issues to solve here with this Angular solution. First of all, errors, and then also cancellation. How do we handle cancellation? So here's the thing. If the API request returns an error, what do we do? So you can see that right now it threw a 500 error. We see that error here. We need access to that. How do we get access to that error? Is there like an on error? Can we subscribe to the error? The catch error operator? How do I catch the error? On the switch map? And see you later, Xerus. Thank you for your help. We do a pipe, and then we do a catch error. Okay. And I guess technically we can just do this all in one. Catch error. We get the error, and then we do something with it. So error is the any type, but we can basically copy our error handling logic here. I need to return an observable input? What? Subscribe has 3. Oh, I see. You could also pass it in the error handler into subscribe. I want to handle it with catch error. Like that. Cool. Looks like loading didn't get set to false though. Cool. But now if I search for something else, does it clear it? You get the error when you're subscribing to the observable. So it would show up right here. Yeah, but now, because of the catch error, then it's possibly the error value. What if I don't use catch error? What if I pass in the error handler like this? I think this is what I prefer because, I think you mentioned this wasn't best practice, but this seems like what I actually want to do because I don't want to change the observed the value or the Yeah, then I don't need to return anything. Loading, data, boom, error. But now when this changes, it, I guess the issue is if it throws an error, then we're no longer subscribed to it. Is that the issue? Because once it's thrown an error, like it's not even listening anymore to this. Where's the view? It's a separate file, so it's literally a file called .html, and that's the view. Do I need this to make sure that it actually stays subscribed? An error cuts the emission of an observable. What if I don't want that? Like, the error is being thrown by this HTTP request, right? So I don't want it to kill my observable. I want to be able to get access to the error, and the observable should still be observing. Right? All right, I really do have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Where do we go from here? Because I might actually give up on the Angular solution. Because this is too much. Honestly, this is way too much. Like, I guess at this point, it's not Angular anymore. It's RxJS, which you could argue is Angular because people use RxJS with Angular. But it's a thing. All right, but I'll be back in 3 minutes. I got to use the restroom. I'm back sooner than I said I would be. But yeah. If an error is thrown and not caught, you will have a problem when you subscribe to it. Yeah, we caught the error, but even with catching the error, like it doesn't resubscribe. I did wash my hands. I did. I want to look more into what switch map is supposed to do. I guess the issue with switch map, and Geronimo, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the support. We're getting really close to the goal. So we started today with 315 subs. We're trying to, or total members. We're trying to get to 415. So we are 35 members away. So if you've got a Prime sub, I'd appreciate it. If you want to support me on GitHub sponsors or on Patreon or as a Twitch sub here, I'd appreciate it as well. But yeah. Okay. Switch map. Emitting values only from the most recent. I see. So switch map technically is always only going to give us the most recent. Wait, it's canceling them. Really? What did I do different? Never mind, it's working. Okay, so switch map is working. Okay, so cancellation, working totally fine. Errors, that's the last thing. That's the last thing that we need to fix. What was I doing different? But yeah, now if an error is thrown, we need to basically resubscribe. And Crispy Rebel, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Add tap console log to debug it more easily. Okay, but regardless, I kind of need to just put this into a into a function that I recall on error. Like subscribe tree input. Right? We do all this. Okay, we will use catch error. And then can we not throw it? So on init, subscribe to the tree input. If there was an error, we set loading to false, and then I'm thinking right here we need to also resubscribe. Oh, I see what you're saying. We need to pass... Wait, what? You must be new here, Crazy Monkey, because we don't care about performance. We laugh in the face of... I don't know. But no, we care about UIs that work and products that work. And sometimes performance needs to be taken into account, but sometimes you're literally just creating an autocomplete UI, and it doesn't really have to be that performant. I need to catch the error on the inner observable. I see. That makes more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. So instead of catching the whole thing, we catch it on the inner one so that the other thing is still subscribed. Great. You throw a new error if you're trying to create a new error. In this case, I was just copying the example that I saw on the docs earlier, which was just rethrowing the error. So I see. We need to, okay, right here is where we do the catch error. And then right here is where we do this business. And then we don't have to re-listen to the observable. Right about here. Okay. Decipher, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for the tier 2. All right. Yeah, no worries, Crazy Monkey. I'm almost 7 hours into the stream, which is why I was being snarky about it. Great. And the thing is, I don't want to return null. I want to return an empty array so that it sets the suggestions to an empty array. This is the winner. This is it. We've done it, everybody. Boom. Throws an error. Though it didn't set loading to false. Boom. Throws an error. Okay. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. We had to catch the error on the inner thing, not on the outer thing. Because on the outer thing, if it throws an error, then you can no longer be subscribed to it. Do we still need of? I thought I could just turn it into that. And Titanfuss, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Maybe that's why? I should only have to set loading. Yeah, so that kills loading. We're loading here. We search for something else. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Yeah, I'll show you Crazy. Yeah, well, we figured it out. I've been working on this for like almost an hour and a half, and we finally got it. But what I'll do is I'll walk you through everything that's happening here. Yes. Yeah, so you're totally right, Nick. By turning this into an observable, now this gets called, which sets loading back to false. I think we've done it. Ooh, that took a while. But thank you, Nick and Sido. I was calling you Shido. Sorry about that, Sido. We got there. It took a while, but we got there. Also, I will not. Here's the thing. I feel like there's a lot of React devs that I'm going to be a little bit mean. They tend to do like engineering for engineering's sake, right? Like, oh, check out this functional component and this really cool use effect and all this stuff. And like they get really worked up over like writing React code. I feel like Angular devs might do the exact same thing over like RxJS code. Like, look at this really cool observable and how I'm basically mapping it. And it's, like you could get really, really carried away with functional programming here. So that's a thing. Exactly what I do every day. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, both Nick and Sido. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, look at this RX chain. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. But actually, so if I zoom out a little bit, both Sido and Nick, does this seem reasonable to you? Is this how you would implement debounce and cancellation in an Angular app? I mean, I am pretty proud of this. I mean, technically, it was more of the chat helping me than me, but I'm pretty proud of this. Looks like it's it. Okay. You wouldn't use viewChild, but you need to find a solution. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. The main point of discussion here is like, how do you get a reference to that element over here? And that's basically how we did it. How do I enjoy working with Angular? It's an acquired taste. I think if you want to do this RxJS stuff, sure, but I think Angular has other stuff going for it, like the amount of opinions and like layout and everything, and then the fact that like it comes built in with tests and like testing is encouraged. That's something you don't get out of the box with React. I need to manually unsubscribe or use async to avoid. Oh, good call. I mean, technically, it's literally the only component on this page, but that makes sense. But basically, we have subscribed, but we literally never unsubscribe, and so we probably want, I don't know, when the component unmounts. I don't know how to do that in Angular. So this is actually really, I want to answer this because the thought just came to mind. So Papella is asking, how easy is it to learn coding? What would you compare it to? Would you compare it to learning to drive? No, I would not. And here's why. When you're learning to drive, there are serious consequences, right? If you mess up, you will die. You literally your life is on the line when you're learning to drive. When you're learning to code, everything's digital. Everything's in your computer. So actually, like, the best mentality you can have when you're learning to code is that it's okay to make mistakes. Like, and also have it in your mind that you are going to make mistakes, and it's actually going to be really hard, and you're going to have to keep working at it in order to get good at it. So it's not like learning to drive. It's like learning to skateboard. Sort of. because in skateboarding, you can fall, but you just get up and you try again. You get up and you try again. And that's what a lot of skateboarding is. And typically, like, and I guess it's hard to give an analogy there, because if you don't skateboard or you've never tried to learn a trick, you may not have that mentality. What's another example of something where you basically just have to keep trying over and over and over again until you get it? Do take until destroyed in the pipe. Games? Playing games? Yeah, I mean, I guess I think the issue with saying like riding a bike or learning to skateboard is like it's much harder to compare to, because both of those have consequences. Like, technically you might break a limb or something like that. Potentially learning a language, yeah. I think learning any sort of like softer skill, I guess. Yeah. But all that to say, I don't know what I would compare it to, but so I've been programming for over 15 years, and I've taught hundreds of people in person. I used to be an instructor, and now I do this Twitch stream where I teach a lot of people here. And absolutely, from my experience, like my own experience, and from the experience I see other people doing, it's something that you have to practice at, and the more you do it, the better you get at it. But you're not, like, some people might be really good at portions of programming and portions of software development initially, but most things take a lot of iteration and a lot of practice. Like, it's not something you kind of just pick up. And also, like, when you're in the world of software development, like as a career, I think a lot about software craftsmanship, and that is like, not only can you write the code and can you solve the problem, but can you do it in a way that's maintainable, that lasts a long time, that's like easy for team members to contribute to, because that's a whole nother problem to solve. And for someone to be like a naturally good programmer, they don't, like, being able to write maintainable code and write code that like outlast themselves, that's not something that you just do. It's something that you learn over time. So, yeah. There's always more to learn. Always more to learn. I guess that's a good point, Rollers. And what's up? It's been a while. Yeah, if you leak your API keys on stream, that's like breaking a limb. Am I doing this right? Take until destroyed. Is it just take until? this.destroyed or something like that. Yeah, it depends, Crazy Monkey. Like, if you're at a startup and like you're trying to move fast and your code base is potentially going to get thrown away anyways, yeah, you don't have to worry as much about performance or even maintainability. But if you're working for a product company that's already well established and there's a lot of people working there and a lot of team members and stuff like that, you do start to care about maintainability. It's a new thing in Angular 16. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just. Is there an unsubscribe? Yeah, there is an unsubscribe. So here's what we're gonna do. This returns an observable. Oh, we'll leave it. We'll leave it there, but we'll put it in a property on the method. Yeah, store it on a thing. This dot. Does that mean I need to give it a value? Yeah. From event literally returns an observable unknown. Oh, this is a subscription. I see. Because, yeah, we're not returning that. We're returning the subscription. Yeah, so it's a subscription or null. Okay, so after view init, we subscribe, and then we will say ng on destroy this dot input subscription dot unsubscribe. All right, we have fixed the memory leak. Yeah, thank you, Saito. I figured it out. It's a subscription. Oh yeah, so take until this dot destroyed. Honestly, let's do that. I mean, honestly, that seems way easier than having to create a thing. I can do this. But this dot destroy does not exist on type app component. We have to create it. And then on destroy, we complete it. I don't like that. I would prefer to just do this rather than like setting another variable. All right. Let's take a step back. We'll describe what we actually built here, and then I'm going to get out of here. Yeah. Easy. You're right. But if you had multiple subscriptions in your component, then this would make sense, right? Because now you handle it all in one place, and then every other subscription you can just use a take until. Yeah. Cool. All right. What did we build here today? Well, my friends, this was all inspired by a video that Mewtrue did. And shout out to all the Mewtrue raiders if you're still here. She did this video back in January. It was a video, can you solve this front-end interview question? And she talked about how sometimes in front-end interviews, you'll be asked to implement sort of like an autocomplete style UI. And there's a lot to consider when implementing that. It's not as simple as you might think, because first of all, you want to do things like debouncing, right? So as a user types, you don't want to constantly make API requests. You want to wait a few seconds until the user has not typed for a little bit before making the API request. And we do that here. So you'll watch, if you watch here in the network tab, as I start typing, there are no network requests happening. And no network requests will happen until I have stopped typing for 300 milliseconds. And so that's one aspect. So debouncing basically will automatically make the API request if the user hasn't been typing for a certain amount of time. So we implemented that. The other thing is, like, if the API returns an error, you want to make sure that you're actually surfacing that error in the UI. And then we have request cancellation. So this is a little bit trickier, but basically if a user types something and then we fire off a request and then they type something else, we want to cancel the previous request because we don't want to show these results. We only want to show the latest results of what the user has typed. So you can see that this is showing up as red because we're actually canceling that request behind the scenes because the user typed something new. Also, I mean, you're seeing it, but we're showing a loading indicator and all that good stuff. So this we've actually implemented in multiple ways. We did it in React, in Svelte, in Vue, and Solid. Today we did it in Angular and also in Solid. Next time we'll probably do it in Quick. But this get autocomplete results is pretty much the same in every implementation. It's just calling our API. So our API is this. Sure. We'll do it with jQuery. But you literally just make a GET request to this endpoint and then pass in the name of a tree. Or like you even do a single letter. So this gives you back all the trees that have the letter A in them, all the trees that have the letters AS in them, or all the trees that have the letters ASH in them. So this is just a serverless endpoint we made that basically has a list of trees and returns the ones that correspond to it. And so each of the apps we built is making a request out to this specific API. So, but specifically in the Angular solution, we're not calling this function directly. And pretty much all of the other solutions, like in React and Solid and Svelte and Vue, we are just calling fetch directly. But Angular does things a little bit differently. So in Angular, typically you wrap your API requests inside of a service. So we actually have the suggestions service that we implemented here. And then this thing has a method called getSuggestions, which in turn calls that API using the Angular's HTTP, which is a built-in way of making HTTP requests. And so that getSuggestions that you saw called in Angular is actually calling the service. And then the service is injected because of dependency injection right here. Yeah. Well, Solid probably took us like 2 hours, but that's only because we were trying to specifically use createResource, and honestly, the docs were not the best on it. The only reason I got to a solution is because there was a discussion that talked about using the switch and match component, which solved it for us, because everything else we tried was breaking. But yeah, this is the React solution. So yeah, that's basically it. And then probably next week we'll implement it with Quick, vanilla, jQuery, and then I'll wrap it all up in a nice little YouTube video to compare all of them. That's the plan anyways. All right. Yeah, exactly, America 2050. It's kind of the same thing as like with Axios or even with Fetch. You can do a type assertion on the return. But that's basically what we're doing here. We're saying that the return value of this is going to be an array of strings. But if this were a more complex API, we could pass the type here, and then basically that's what it gives it. It doesn't do any type like runtime type checking. You would need something like Zod to do that, but this we put the type here so that on the opposite side we can get access to that specific type. So on the other side where we're calling it in here, specifically suggestions right here is an array of string, and that type flows through because of the return value of this. Yeah. And what's up, Berserker? I mean, I literally just spent the past 10 minutes describing it, but we just finished implementing an autocomplete UI in Angular. Earlier, we finished up a Solid solution, and last week we did React, Svelte, and Vue. Yeah, exactly, America 2050. So if you're calling like the Reddit API or anything else, you would basically create the types and then specify the return type right here. Yeah. All right, we didn't reach our goal today, but we did pretty good. We got, oh yeah, it was Nick with the 50 gifted? Thank you, Nick. Right? Right? Yeah. That was 2 hours ago. Nick has stuck around since then, and they were helping out. Does it make sense to cache responses? Yeah, I think that would be like potentially a stretch feature, but exactly. If a user searches for the same thing twice, we don't want to make another API request. But right now we do, right? Because if I search for Elm again, it makes an API request again. Or if like they search for EL, yeah, we're duplicating our request here. You could cache that, and we probably would do the caching here in our service. We could look at the incoming requests. We could have like a in-memory cache. Yeah. Well, the way we implemented the cancellation in Angular was just with RxJS because it has switch map. So switch map always takes the latest value, and it's smart enough to do the cancellation here. This thing. I honestly still don't understand it or why it's even called switch map. But it technically it's canceling the underlying request that's happening. So projects each source value to an observable, which is merged in the output observable, emitting values only from the most recently projected observable. So it only gives us the latest one. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna push this code up. And I want to go, but I also want to reach the goal. But yeah, we started with 315 today. We got to 380. That's 65 new subs. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. It doesn't cancel the server work though. No, and it can't. I mean, there might be a way if you were using, I don't know, but yeah, basically it just kills the HTTP request, but the server doesn't know that the client ended the request. Or it might. I actually don't know. But for the most part, if we wanted to do special stuff on the server side, we'd have to handle that. What did I change in my React example? Oh yeah, I just removed all the console logs. That's fine. What framework did I like better that implemented this? Oh, we talked about it earlier, but I Solid and Svelte have really cool solutions. Yeah, what's up, Chad? I think I need to go though. I need to eat lunch and dinner. I'm gonna go. I mean, that's the thing is like the vanilla code is just gonna look like this, right? Like it's just this without all the this keyword. This is the bulk of the code. And then we have a little bit of logic to like update the UI. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna give you all my stuffs before I leave. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Come back. I'll be live again on Friday, but I might go live again before then. And actually, I'll probably be doing some IRL streams on this channel. I actually have a personal channel where I do IRL streaming, but I think this week I might do some IRL streaming here on this channel. No giveaways today. The next IRL stream probably will be tomorrow. Right now, Colorado is beautiful. We got so much rain over the past 2 weeks that everything is green. There's flowers everywhere. I want to do some walking around just to show nature because that's going to be really cool. So probably tomorrow. Follow me over on YouTube. I have the main channel and the archive channel. I also have a Twitter if you want to follow me there. I don't have any plans for any more courses right now, but I probably should. I don't use LinkedIn. No, I don't. I mean, I have one, but I don't use it. Anything else? We have a Discord if you want to come hang out over there. That's it. All right. I'll see you all later. Thanks again for all the supports today. You're all amazing. I appreciate it, all the support. Thanks again to Mewtwo for raiding, and thank you for all the raiders that stuck around. Yeah, we'll see you, Electrothermal. Thanks for lurking. All right, let's get out of here. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And you can also come up with your own raid message. But all right, everyone. I cannot believe that I was not that phased by this. That's actually pretty amazing. But wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.